Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571HC of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. And then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning, it's a protest hearing status. It's case number 26 PRO 00007, Third Eye Crew, license number 134075. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Good morning, Corey Barnett, access elevated. And I believe that's it, but I'm gonna check in the chat.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yes, sir, I can hold
Okay,
on.
sorry. For whatever reason, I'm having a few technical difficulties, so I can't see you guys, but
I can
apparently
see you, sir, so just
Okay,
fine.
perfect.
Hold on.
Not a
I'm
problem.
gonna elevate a couple call-in users just to see.
All right, when you're trying to find if there's anyone from ANC 3C. So that's what we're trying to find out. Is there anyone here from ANC 3C? Is there anyone here from ANC 3C?
Call-in users, if you want to unmute, just press *6.
Is there anyone here from ANC 3C?
The
Mr.
301 number is the core reporter.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the 67, you can unmute them. Just put in the chat to see if there's anyone here from ANC 3C.
Mr. Sam Litauer reported earlier at 10:30 a.m. that he was in attendance.
And who is he?
He is the ANC 3C member that covers our area.
We'll put it on the chat.
Yeah, we'll check in the chat.
If he's not here, he's not here. We'll put it in the chat. If there's anyone from ANC 3C, please identify yourself for the record. I don't think the phone number 6 or 7, you can remove that person because that person's not responding.
No reply, Chairman.
All right, well, okay. Mr. Barnett, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Corey Barnett. I am here and a principal of Third Eye Crew, District
Can you
Growers.
can you please spell your name, sir?
I'm sorry, Corey. Last name spelled Barnette.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, this is protest hearing status. This license has been protested by ANC 3C. This hearing was scheduled for 10:30. It's now 10:46. We have tried to see if there is anyone from ANC 3C here. There is at the roll call hearing, once a license application is protested, it's mandatory that the protestant show up at the roll call hearing to file their protest. And secondly, it's also mandatory for the protestant to show up at this status hearing. The licensee is here. We've called the case, and the protestant is not here. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion that the protest be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr.
Ms.
Jones,
Quinn,
I
I
second the
second.
motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant? Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Meadows?
My apologies.
Mr. Grant, Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree, unfortunately.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. What this means, Mr. Barnett, unless the ANC can provide us, we will issue this decision within 10 days, dismissing the protest, and we will issue this notice within the next 10 days to the ANC dismissing the protest.
Mr.
Unless-
Anderson, am I allowed to provide you
Mr.
with some information right now?
Mr. Barnett,
Mhm.
do you have a settlement agreement, sir? If you don't
Yes,
have
we
a
do.
settlement, so you have a settlement agreement.
We have a settlement agreement with the ANC, yes.
All right. What I will do you know when the settlement agreement will be provided to the agency, sir?
The agreement was executed yesterday after the ANC voted unanimously to accept it. It was signed yesterday. I can provide it to you, or you can
all right.
have Mr. Litauer provide it to
All
you.
right. So what I will do then, Mr. Barnett, is that I'm going to continue this case,
Mhm.
and then you can provide us. Oh, all right. Well, I. Mr. Litauer.
Good morning. So sorry for my tardiness there.
All right. We had a motion to dismiss this case, and then so therefore can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Samuel Litauer. I am the commissioner for ANC 3C01.
Spell your name, sir. Spell your name, sir, please.
Yes, it's spelled Samuel. Last name is Littauer.
And sir, why is it that this hearing was scheduled for 10:30? It's now 10:49. You're just logging on to a 10:30 hearing, sir.
Yes, thank you so much for the invitation, and do forgive my tardiness as I received the link for today's meeting yesterday after working hours. So just now seeing this, and I appreciate Mr. Barnett's agreeableness and texting me and reminding me that we had this call happening right now, not later. So
all right.
my apologies.
All right. So we had issued the board was in the process of dismissing the protest based on the fact that you were not here. However, since you have now appeared, this matter, the you're here, so the dismissal that we just had, and I don't think legally we need to do anything. I think what I was going to do was I was going to continue the case based on the representation of Mr. Barnett. Mr. Barnett has represented that a settlement agreement was signed and it was executed by the ANC. And so what I will do in this case, if that is that correct, Mr. Litao?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, so what I will do is that I will then, when do you believe that this agreement will be provided to the agency?
I could provide that right after this. Mr. Barnett was
All right.
kind enough to have signed it yesterday, if not early this morning.
All right, well, thank you. Then what I will do is that I will continue this case to a date to be determined based on the representation of the parties that a settlement agreement will be provided to the agency by close of business today. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye.
All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00120, the lobby, license number 128670. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the right of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Karen Cruz, Access Elevated. Samuel Freeman, Access Elevated. Topher Matthews, Access Elevated. And I believe that's all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Can everyone please come on camera? Mr. Freeman, can you come on camera, please?
Sent them a request to unmute.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, who is Mr. Freeman? Do you know? You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Apologies. He is the co-owner of the immediately adjacent business.
No, sir, he's a
property owner of the immediate adjacent property.
Where is Mr. Oriana? Can you? I don't see. Then there is no the applicant. The licensee is not here.
I'll check in the chat.
Can you check for the licensee? Yes.
Chair Anderson, I'll point out that the applicant did not attend the mediation hearing and did not apparently respond to any emails after, as far as I am aware. So I don't know what is going on with him.
All right. I'll give them. Just put Mr. Oriana. Just put a notification in the chat, please.
Will do.
Thank you. All right. All right, let me have the parties identify themselves, starting with you, Mr. Matthews, by stating and spelling your name.
My full name is Christopher Matthews, ChristopherMatthews. I am ANC Commissioner for ANC 2E02, and I'm representing the ANC for this matter.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Ms. Cruz. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Donovan Anderson. My name is Karen Cruz, Karencruse, and I represent the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
And Mr. Freeman, can you please spell and state your name for the record? Mr. Freeman, I need you to unmute, and then you need to spell and state your name for the record.
I'm gonna message him in the chat. They're
Thank
not
you.
replying.
Who are the let me ask either you, Mr. Matthews, or Ms. Cruz. Mr. Matthews, who are the protestants in this case?
The protesting parties are the ANC, the Citizens Association. So I represent ANC, Citizens Association of Georgetown, which Ms. Cruz represents, and then three people representing two properties, abutting properties. Mr. Freeman and Micheline Klagsburn representing one property, and then Don Crafton representing a separate property. I don't see Ms. Crafton. I understand that Ms. Klagsburn couldn't be here for a dental appointment and had authorized me to represent her, or Mr. Freeman to represent her as well.
So who are
but
you?
I don't see.
So I'm sorry, who are you here representing? You're representing ANC.
Well, I mean, if I am representing the ANC, and then Ms. Klagsburn, because she couldn't be here, just sent an email to the ABCA rep saying that she couldn't be here, and that if Sam Freeman couldn't represent her, that I could represent her for the purposes of this hearing.
So you're representing. So you are representing her at this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right, fine. I need Mr. Freeman to. What is going on with Mr. Freeman?
He's not responding.
But that is Mr. So Mr. Freeman is one of the protesters. Is that correct?
Oh, there
All
he
right.
is.
Okay, Mr. Freeman, can you unmute yourself, sir, please? You need to unmute yourself. Can you send him a link? Tell him how to unmute himself, please, Mr. Oriana.
Yeah, I'm sending him visual notifications to unmute. Mr. Freeman, if you see mute at the bottom or unmute. A red button crossed out that says mute, unmute. Or you can try to log off and log back on.
Well, no, that's fine. Can Mr. Matthews, Mr. Matthews, I see Mr. Freeman, Samuel R. Freeman, who is he's a protestant and he's an abutting property owner, and he's here at the hearing today. He's having some technical issues, but fine. However, the licensee is not here. And so this was a protest hearing scheduled for 10:30. It is 10:59. The licensee is not. Mr. Freeman, just spell and state your name for the record, sir.
Samuel Freeman.
Spell your name, sir. Go ahead.
SAMUEL FREEMAN.
Thank you, sir. One of the reasons why I always ask folks to spell their name for the record, we have a court reporter, so we have a transcript to make sure that once we have the written transcript, your name is spelled correctly in the record. So that's one of the reasons why, no matter how simple your name is, that is the main reason why I always ask folks to spell their name for the record, state and spell their name for the record. So when we have the written transcript, then your name is stated and spelled correctly. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was having trouble with the mute and unmute.
That's fine, sir. All right, that's fine. All right. As I stated before, this is a protest hearing scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11 o'clock. I've called the case. The licensee is not here. I am therefore going to make a motion that this renewal application be dismissed. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. What this means, the board will issue a decision within the next 10 days dismissing the renewal application. Within this period of time, the licensee will have to provide us good cause why they failed to appear at this hearing today. If they fail to provide us reasonable cause why they failed to appear at the hearing this morning, the board will dismiss its application, and so therefore they would have to start this process again, and what the board, the agency, will do is basically issue. The agency will therefore issue a cease and desist because they do not have a license, so they cannot continue operating. So that's where, so as far as this matter, then this matter will be concluded if they do not respond within the next day, within the period that once this order is issued. If they renew, if they provide us reasonable notice, or if they have to renew their application, the parties who are protesting the renewal, all you have to do is just ask the agency to reinstate your protest. You don't have to file, you wouldn't have to file a new protest. You just have to inform the agency that you're renewing your protest against the renewal application. Okay?
Understood.
So, all right, so as I stated, we will issue a board order dismissing their renewal. And they have, I can't hear if you're saying something, Mr. Freeman. I don't know. I see your mouth is moving, but you're on mute.
May I ask a question?
What is the question, sir?
During this process, are they allowed to continue business?
The board will issue, they'll have the 10 days. The board will issue an order dismissing their application, and that will be issued within 10 days. Then if they fail to renew, then the board will have to issue a cease and desist.
Perfect.
So
Thank you.
the board, but again, there's process and procedure. It will be on our calendar that we're going to issue a cease and desist if they fail to respond within 10 days after
Perfect.
the
Thank you very
order
much.
is issued, dismissing their renewal application.
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00124, Game On, license number 133717. This matter has been canceled. This hearing has been canceled. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00114, SUS, license number 126215. Mr. Oriana, good morning again. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good morning. CM Abebe, access elevated, and Commissioner Francois Barelu, access elevate. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Mr. Habebe. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Hi, this is Sam Abibi, SIEMABEBE. I'm the owner of SOS.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Barlux, I apologize with the pronunciation. Can you please spell and state your name for the record? I saw you on, I don't know what happened. I did see you on.
You may be having connectivity issues.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
Yes. Yeah, good morning. Yes, sir. Can you please spell and
Great.
state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Francois Barrio, first name Francois, last name Barrilleux.
Barrio? Okay, good morning, sir.
Barrio.
All right, good morning. So this is a protest hearing. Mr. Abibi, do you have any preliminary matter you need to bring to the attention of to the board?
We are currently discussing the settlement agreement. Sent a revised document to Commissioner Francois, and hoping to resolve this, but we're working on it. It's not completely resolved yet.
All right, thank you. Mr. Barrio, any other representation you need to make?
No, echoing what Sam said, we are working on a settlement agreement right now. I'm in contact with the neighbors in the area and hoping to get something back to him soon so we can iron out the details.
All right, thank you for the representation, sir. If the parties truly believe that this matter will be resolved due to a settlement, please advise the agency as soon as possible so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. And so also, because this is a renewal application, if the parties want to continue, this matter will be scheduled for protest hearing for February 25th at 1:30 p.m. So if the parties want to continue this matter to give you more time to talk, the parties can jointly, or either party can request a continuance of this case. All right, so as I said anyway, I stated this matter is scheduled for protest hearing on February 25th at 1:30 p.m. If the parties truly believe that this matter will be settled, advise the agency so we do not have to assign an investigator in this matter. Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so good luck with your negotiations. And as I stated before, if you believe it's going to be settled, just let the agency know as soon as possible. And if you need to continue the hearing past February, the board will look favorable on that request to continue. Okay?
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Have a great day. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00108 Thirst Lounge, license number 12687. This matter has been rescheduled at the request of both parties. The next case on our calendar is a show cause hearing status. This is for case number 25 CC 00020 Whole Foods Market Group, license number 109870. Good morning. Again, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Sure thing. I only see the government. Anthony Cello, access elevated, and I'll check in the chat.
Thank you.
I'll also try the 202 number just in case.
There we go. Good morning, Mr.
I think Mr. Mixon, I think is that him for this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mixon. Maybe you can. All right, there's Mr. Mixon. All right, fine. Mr. Mixon, can you come on camera, please? I see your hands up, sir, but I don't see you. Good morning.
Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONYCELO, for the government.
Good morning. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Cameron Mixon, counsel for the respondent, CAMERON MIXON.
Good morning. Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing preliminarily. I will note that the parties have reached an agreement in principle. We are still working out the details, so that should be before the board before too long.
All right, well, thank you. All right, then, with that said, if this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for show cause hearing on February 11th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Any questions?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right.
None.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CIT 00414 Grand Central, license number 129638. This case has been canceled. It is my understanding an offer and compromise has been provided to the agency for the board's review and consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00097. Rose Bar license number 77883. This case has also been canceled and offering compromise has been provided to the board. This matter has been canceled. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 251 00012 12 after 12, license number 117238. This hearing has been rescheduled due to the board will vote later on its calendar to continue this matter. The next case on the calendar is case number 25 CMP 00069, the Little Gay Pub, license number 123582. This case has been canceled and offering compromise has been provided to the board for its review and consideration. And we're at the end of the board's calendar for the morning. And so since we're at the end of the board's calendar for the morning, let us now do our agenda items for the day. And so the first calendar agenda item that we'll be doing today, this is our legal agenda, alcohol. And on the alcohol agenda, there are 6 matters I will review. All 6, I'll make recommendations to the board. At the end, I'll make a motion that the board members approve the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. So number 1, review of a settlement agreement. This is for Buffalo Billiards. This is in case number 25 PRO 00106. The license number is 133752. The recommendation is that we approve this agreement. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. This is Park Social House. This is in license number 134059. The recommendation that we approve the settlement agreement. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement. This is Inspire Embassy Row. This is in case number 26 PRO 00004. The license number is 134378. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review of request to reinstate canceled license. This is VIP Lounge. License number 119913. Recommendation approval. Number 5, review of precipice of dismissal. This is for case number 24 CMP 00099. Planta Queen, license number 121421, recommendation approval. And number 6, review of proposed rulemaking on Glover Park moratorium and the recommendations approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda addendum alcohol. And on this addendum, there are also 6 matters. I will review all 6 matters and provide some recommendations, and I will make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. And so number 1, review of a settlement agreement. This is for this is in case number 25 PRO 000129. Prima, it's District Sports Bar, Prima DC, license number 122413, the recommendation approval. Number 2, review of settlement agreement. This is Game On. This is in case number 25 PRO 00124, license number 133717, recommendation approval. And number 4, review of settlement agreement. This is in case number 25 PRO 00109. This is Amsterdam Cafe and Lounge, license number 115293, recommendation approval. Number 4, review of request for motion to continue. This is in case number 25-251-00012. This is 12 after 12, license number 117238, recommendation approval. Number 6, review of opposition to motion for continuance. This is in case number 25-251-00012, 12 after 12, license number 117238, recommendation this matter is moot. Number 6, review of respondents' opposition to motion for continuance. This is in case number 25-251-00012, 12 after 12, license number 117238. This therefore is recommendation moot. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol addendum. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The next agenda that we will move to, it's our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. There is there's one matter on this agenda, which is review of a motion to lift summary closure. This is in case number 25 ULC 00069. Smoke Shop. It's an unlicensed establishment. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Now let's move to our legal agenda alcohol. On the legal agenda alcohol, the first matter, there are 6 matters on this agenda. I will review all 6. I'll make some recommendations, and I'll make a motion asking the ABC board members to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of settlement agreement. This is for Buffalo Billards. This is in case number 25 PRO 00106. The license number is 133752. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review of settlement agreement this is for Spark Social House. License number 134059. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement for this is in case number 26 PRO 0004. Inspire Embassy Row license number 134378, recommendation approval. Number 4, review of request to reinstate canceled license. This is for VIP Lounge, license number 119913, recommendation approval. Number 5, review of Precipe for dismissal. This is for Planter Queen. This is in case number 24 CMP 00099. The license number is 1121421, recommendation approval. And number 6, review of proposed rulemaking on Glover Park moratorium. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I apologize. I'm doing the alcohol. I apologize. We already voted on on these matters, so my apologies. My apologies. We already voted on these matters, so all right. My apologies. So let me start back over. We're doing the notice of the alcohol licensing agenda. All right. So on the alcohol licensing agenda, there are 6 matters on the alcohol licensing agenda. I am going to review all 6 matters, and then I'll make recommendations, and then I'll ask the board members to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Number 1 on the alcohol licensing agenda, it's review application for entertainment endorsement. This is for HARP, license number 133946. The recommendations placard. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for AG Restaurant and Lounge, license number 128831, recommendation placard. Number 3, review application for change of hours to close later. This is for A&W Liquor and Wine, license number 122050, recommendation approval. Number 4, review application for change of hours to close later. This is Giant Liquors, license number 134688, recommendation approval. Number 5, review application for change of hours to operate earlier. This is for Lich Cafe, license number 113980, recommendation approval. And number 6, review request to replace the current vessel with a different vessel, resulting in a reduction in capacity from 600 to 450 passengers. This is for the Inner Harbor Spirit, trade name changed to Spirit of Baltimore. The license number is 077414, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn. Ms. Quinn, you're on mute.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So let us now move to the supplemental alcohol licensing agenda. There are 2 matters on this agenda, and so I will make recommendations and ask them to then make a motion that the board approve the recommendations. Number 1, review request to renew the storage facility permit which expires on January 28th, 2026. This is for UVO wine, license number 23-SC-01150, recommendation approval. And number 2, review request for a disposal permit to transport unopened alcoholic beverage inventory to the restaurant group affiliated location. This is the Cheesecake Factory at 1426 H Street Northwest, license number 113556. And the license number for the request for the disposal permit is 014760, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forward by the chair for the alcohol supplemental licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So now let's move to the cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Number 1, the Cheesecake Factory, license number 0014760. The licensee requests cancellation. Number 2, House of DC LLC, license number 126948. Licensee requested cancellation. Number 3, Kinship Meteor, license number 097172, licensee request cancellation. I make a motion that ABC board cancels the licenses on the cancellation agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there's 23 requests, applications. I'm going to review all 23, and I'm going to make some recommendations. And at the end, I'll make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So number 1, there's a request from Sam Gelin, Gelin, for a one-day license class F. This is for beer tasting. This is March 7th. The license number is 134907, 500 attendees, 10 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 2, a request from Robert Godspell for one-day license class F, dinner. This is February 7th. The license number is 135024, 50 attendees, 1 security guard, recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Ann SEESS for one-day license class F. This is for Gala. This is February the 11th. The license number is 135064, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, approval. Number 4, a request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, Mardi Gras, February 15th. The license number is 134980, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 5, another request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, Ireland at the Wharf. This is March 14th. The license number is 134981, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 6, another request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, for Bloomarco, BLOOMAROO. This is on March 28th. The license number is 134982, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 7, another request from Jennifer Curry for one-day license class G, running off the Chihuahuas. This is May 2nd. The license number is 134983, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 8, another request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, 4th at the Wharf, July 4th. The license number is 134984, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 9, another request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, Oktoberfest, October 3rd. License number is 134985, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 10, another request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, Dia de los Metros. This is November the 1st. The license number is 134986, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 11, another request from Jennifer Curry, one-day license class G, Parade of Boats. December 5th, license number 134987, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 12, a request from Jessica Zolek, ZALUZEC for one-day license class G exhibition. This is February 10th. The license number is 135003. 50 attendees, 1 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 13, a request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G Wine Festival, April 25th. The license number is 135059. 300 attendees, 5 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 14, another request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G Wine Festival, May 9th. License number is 135060. 300 attendees, 5 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 15, another request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G Wine Festival, October 17th. License number is 135061. 300 attendees, 5 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 16, a request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G Dance, February 7th. License number is 135062. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 17, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G. It's a dance, February 21st. The license number is 135063. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 18, a request from Christina Ortiz, one-day license class G dance, January 31st. License number 135075. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 19, a request from the consortium for one-day substantial change, private party, nature of substantial change, extend hours for party. License number is 130329. Substantial change license is 26 SC 00528. Recommendation approval. Number 20, another request from the consortium, one-day substantial change, private party, nature of substantial change, extend hours for party. This is February 14th. The license number is 130329. Substantial change license is 26 SC 00529. Recommendation approval. Number 21, another request from the consortium, one-day substantial change, private party, nature of substantial change, extend hours for party. This is February 20th. The license number is 130329. Substantial change license 26 SC 00530. Recommendation approval. Number 22, another request from the consortium, one-day substantial change, private party, substantial change, extend hours for party. This is February 27th. The license number is 130329. Substantial change license is 26 SC 00531. Recommendation approval. And number 23 is a retroactive event. This is for Snappies. They had requested a one-day substantial change for reception. This was to use their license off premises at 3911 Great Georgia Avenue Northwest. This event was January 26th. The license number is 124341. Substantial change license is 26 SC 00527. And recommendation is for the board to retroactively approve this matter. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the board's temporary and one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Before we have a vote, can I just ask a point of clarification? There was something around maybe number 12 where I thought I heard the date as December 5th. Was that correct?
I'm sorry.
It may have been 11 or 12.
Number 11 was a request from Jennifer Corey for one-day license class G for the parade of boats at the wharf. That was December 5th, 2020.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that date was correct.
Okay, all right, fine, thank you. All right, so Mr. Meadows, I believe. Mr. Meadows, did you second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Okay, so Mr. Meadows second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's administrative docket. I'll call administrative docket. And without objection, I make a motion on the board's administrative docket. There are 14 requests on the board's administrative docket for today, the licensed administrative docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the board's licensed administrative docket for January 29th. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On the medical cannabis licensing agenda, there are 6 requests. I'm going to review all 6, make some recommendations, and then I'll make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. So number 1, review of standard application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Exotic license number 129392. Recommendation placard. Number 2, review of packaging and label submissions. This is Sunflower by Eva and Paco Panama Designs, Plantation Solutions LLC, trade name Wishing Wellness, license number 126747, recommendation approval. Number 3, review of packaging and label submissions. This is for Blossoms, BLOSSOMZ, license number 126117, recommendation approval. Number 4, review of packaging and label submissions. This is for Produce 433. The license number is 127844, recommendation approval. Number 5, review of packaging and label submissions. This is for Cultivated DC LLC, license number 126515, recommendation approval. Number 6, review of safekeeping request. This is Mirage Inc., license number 129298, recommendation of fact finding. And so therefore, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing cease and desist agenda. On this agenda, I'm going to read the 18. I'm going to read the 18 licensees that's on the agenda, and then I'll make recommendations. So number 1, this is the medical cannabis licensing cease and desist agenda. So once I've read it, then I'll make a motion that the ABC board issues cease and desist orders for these establishments. So the first one is District Growers. The license number is 117350. The licensee did not renew. Number 2, this is for District Growers, license number 127778. The licensee did not renew its license. Number 3, it's for Corner Store Cultivation, license number 130711. The licensee did not renew. Number 4, it's for Corner Store Cultivation, license number 130710. The licensee did not renew. Number 5, it is West 2 East LLC, license number 126117. The licensee did not renew. Number 6, it's Joint Delivery, license number 128710. The licensee did not renew. Number 7, it is Bud Love, license number 128413. The licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 8, DC Smoke, license number 126787. The licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 9, Georgetown Supply, license number 126906. The licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 10, it's Buddha, Buddah Plug, license number 127248. The licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 11, it is District Gaslight, license number 126785. Licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 12, Smoke and Tings, license number 127560. Licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 13, Apple Dream Shop, license number 127581. Licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 14, Granny Z's, license number 126762. The licensee did not pay the annual fees. Number 15, it's The Crank Corner, license number 127573. Licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 16, it's All the Buzz, license number 133067. The licensee did not pay annual fees. Number 17, it's Adegoke, Adegoke Holdings LLC, license number 133578. The licensee did not pay annual fees. And number 18 is Lifted Essentials, license number 129325. The licensee did not pay annual fees. They did not. So therefore, I make a motion that ABC Board issues cease and desist orders for those establishments. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our last agenda for the morning is the medical cannabis license administrative docket. The application is for AHOLA, ALOHA license number 129362. It's a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new application standard applicant. The recommendation is that we refer this matter for fact finding. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board have a fact finding for this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones,
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're at the end of our agenda items for the morning, and since there are no other, the board doesn't have any other business for the morning agenda, the board will go into recess. We will return to continue our public calendar at 1:30 p.m. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good morning. Thank you. We are on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon section of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson, chairman of the board. We're joined by 4 other board members this afternoon, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. Just want to provide some background information in the sense that, so we have, I think, we have 5 cases scheduled for the afternoon this afternoon. Once your case is called, I would take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So let me just go through our calendar for this afternoon. Give me 1 minute, please. Give me 1 minute. I'm sorry about that. All right, so let's go over the calendar for this afternoon. The first case on our calendar is case number 25CC00009, Chesapeake Big Market, license number 117463. This case has been rescheduled to a date to be determined. And I'm going to skip over I'm going to just jump around the calendar. Then we have a case number 25 PRO 00085 A Plus Liquors. This case has been rescheduled to February the 11th at 1:30 p.m. And then let me call case number 25 PRO 00096 Trade, license number 99229. And this case has been rescheduled to March the 11th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. So that leaves 2 cases on our calendar. And so the first case that we have a hearing on, there's a fact-finding hearing, DC Courier LLC, license number 127258. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
I don't see the licensee. I'm gonna check in the chat.
Fine.
I do see Ahmed Omer has his hands up.
Is that the licensee? And let me look at the attendee list to see if that's let's see. No, is there anyone here?
Yes, I'm here. This is Sarah.
Okay, Sarah.
I made the user
Can
my
call. Okay, all right. So please elevate her.
He's elevated.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you come on camera?
Yes, she can.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Sarah, Sara, and Teklu.
And what is your relationship to the establishment, ma'am?
Partnership.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you the 100% owner, your partner, or what? What percent?
Yes, 100% owner for
You're
the.
you're 100% owner of this establishment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so this is a fact-finding hearing. A fact-finding here, at a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order the party to take any specific action. The board is basically doing an investigation to find out and make determination what next steps are. So we have some questions that we will ask. The parties are not sworn in because this is the parties are not sworn in because it's a fact-finding hearing, and so therefore, because it's not a contested case, and so we're just trying to get some information about your ownership, about your business, and for you to just share with us your business model and what's going on with your business. And so I have some questions I want to ask you, and so you can. So I guess we could start off just telling me, ma'am, who are you and what's your background and you have applied for a medical cannabis retail license, and just give us some information about who you are and your background.
My background is I used to work for medical office for dentist, receptionist, and I do some business. I help my partner for real estate develop and some other businesses. I have this license, but I'm trying to buy a new license for retail's license to get rid of this license.
No, I'm sorry. I missed something. You said you're trying to buy a license to. I missed something.
I already bought this license, but I'm trying to rid off my previous the carrier condition license.
What license did you have before? Have you appeared before? Have you appeared before me before?
No, never.
No, you just appear familiar. Okay, so okay. So explain. I missed. I'm not hearing right. So because you're talking about you had some previous license, so I didn't explain. Yeah.
I have conditions.
Oh, you have a courier license.
Yes.
All right. Hold on. All right, ma'am. When I'm asking these questions, I need you to answer.
Sure.
If there is someone else there with you who you want them to speak, you can, if you want that person to speak on your behalf, you can say, I have someone else here that they're
I
representing
have my
me.
partner with me.
The reason, hold on, ma'am. The reason why I said that is because I hear somebody speaking to you in the background. I hear that. So that's why I'm saying that to you. So therefore, so you said you have your partner there with you. What do you mean your partner? Because I thought you said you're 100% owner.
No, my kid's dad.
Does he have what role, if anybody, does he play in this business?
Nothing. He do his own business, like like I said before, the construction and some other what do you call it? Real estate develop.
The person can't talk to you, ma'am. I can hear him talking to you. So what I'm saying is,
Yes.
if he's there, if he's talking, then you need to say, okay, fine. This person is here. Let him introduce himself for the record, and that he's here to assist me to testify. But that's what I don't want to be talking to you and I hear somebody whispering to you in the background, ma'am. So that's why I'm saying to you, I can hear. And so therefore, if that person's there, have them introduce themselves for the record, and then you can say to me, okay, fine, I'm here to answer, but for whatever reason, my husband is here and he might be right. So, okay. So who is this person who's now here on? Can you identify yourself and stating your name and spelling your name for the record?
My name is Ahmed Musa, AHMED, last name MUSA. She's my baby mama, so some people they don't explain well on the, and they get nervous probably when they explain. So that's why I probably she gave me an authority, so probably behalf of her, so I can explain what she's trying to do. Is originally back in 2023, she applied for a conditional license for courier. So since couriers, everybody can do delivery their own nowadays, the retail stores probably she don't see no value, so she decided to go to retail to buy this license. So and that's why she's in this hearing today, I think, to try and for the fact check. If you guys have any question, I can ask her, and then we can go from. That's the thing. I think you'll have an idea now.
All right, so I need to find out. So she stated that she's the owner of this business. She's 100% owner of this business. So does she have a management team that's working with her, or is it just her?
Yeah, management team.
Just
her.
just myself.
Yeah, she will
My
own.
question.
Lila Solim Sarafin.
Only one person.
Okay, she have somebody that can help her as well, and then herself.
So who's this person's going to help her run this? What do you mean somebody who? Explain to me the role of this person. What is
Sarafin.
That's just the employee.
Okay, she's hiring somebody employee experienced from they have the Maryland dispensary experienced person.
Do we know the name of this person?
Someone Lishan and Dalkamanambi.
And Dalcacho. And
Yeah, and Dalcacho. And Dalcacho.
Can you spell that for us, please?
END
A L K
CHW CHEW. Yeah, and Dalcacho CHEW.
And so you're saying that this person runs a dispensary in Maryland?
Oh,
He
yes, we say yes.
All right, so who is gonna make the legal and management decisions for this business, ma'am?
Proceeding.
myself.
She say herself.
So, so what is it what type of business you're trying to operate?
Retail.
Retail.
So what type of products does she plan to sell?
No. Like flowers.
Yeah.
And
She say flowers and gummies, medical cannabis. So what they offer in the retail.
Have you ever operated a cannabis business in Washington, D.C.?
Neither.
No, she say never. But she say she's too similar to she was in the medical field for a long time, so probably the way they check in and stuff people. So I think she's familiar how to deal with the patients and stuff. Registration based.
But what type of training? Tell me. You're going to operate a medical cannabis business. So what type of have you taken any? What type of training, if any, have you taken in this business?
She says she's been watching a lot of online, a lot of things, and she's been talking to people for the medical, but she was in the medical field, in the regular medical field. She didn't operate a cannabis business before, but she said that she's taken a lot of classes and stuff online, reading a lot of things.
Now, does she understand that she can only distribute, store, and sell medical cannabis products provided by DC licensed cultivation centers and manufacturers?
Yes.
Yes. Say it.
Does the business have any Schedule I substance in its possession, either on site or in another location?
Can you repeat the question if you don't mind?
Does the business have any Schedule I substance in its possession, either on site or at another location?
No. No.
Is she answering or are you answering? Who is answering the question,
No.
sir?
I
She
think
was saying no. I'm repeating.
Does the business have any non-medical cannabis products in its possession, either on-site or at another location?
No.
Does the business understand that the presence or distribution of Schedule I or non-medical cannabis products may lead to the closure of the business or the revocation of the license?
Yes.
I guess the concern that I'm having, because tell me, what is it that you said you're gonna work with someone, this other person who has a cannabis business in Maryland? So I need you to, and because it's like, hold on. We're interested in you to operate a business, a cannabis business. So you are not, you haven't said to me that I used to be an I-71, so I used to have this type of business, and then I converted. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is that if you have never operated this type of business in DC or anywhere else, or let me ask you a question, have you ever operated or operate a cannabis business anywhere outside of DC?
ካናቢስ ቢዝነስ ውስጥ ከዚህ በፊት ሰርተሽ ታውቂያለሽ? አላውቅም፣ ግን በጣም ብዙ እያነበብኩ በጣም ብዙ እቀጥላለሁ ደግሞ
I never worked before, but I read a lot. I had a license for the courier, but I'm more interested about the retail.
No, he was asking regarding the business if you work somewhere else, another state. ሰውም እቀጥራለሁኝ ራሴን ለመስራት የፈለግኩ ነው ታያቸዋለሽ። ለእኔ ወይ ንገረኝና ልንገርልሽ።
Yeah, I'm gonna hire the እንዳልካቸው.
Okay.
He's gonna work with.
So what is she saying is basically she have a basic fundamental of business, even though she don't operate exactly the cannabis business. That's what she's saying. And whatever necessary steps that she's taking, she is taking some online, the basic understandings. And then she say that she's hiring professionals too on that business. That's why she's trying to hire this person to help her from Maryland. So since she have experience to run a day-to-day thing while she's there, and the rest she follow the guideline.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yeah, I'd like to have a better understanding of, at some point, one of the responses in terms of her experience and why she believes she's qualified to run this business had to do with the fact that she'd worked in the medical industry. I want to explore that more. I want to understand, what is it about the work that you've done in the medical industry that you think applies to this work?
ከዚህ በፊት የሰራሽበት እንደምትይው አይነቶችን ያን እንዳልኩሽ መታከሚያውን ማየት ሬጅስትሬሽን ማድረግ ምናምን ነው እንገርልሽ
መድኃኒቶቹን
ሲመጡ
ኢንሹራንስ ካርዶችን አንዳንድ ነገሮችን ክላይንቶችን ሃንድል ማድረግ.
Okay. She said that she used to work and she used to manage the patients, the insurance card and the medical informations, and she would do the registrations mostly in the front office.
Okay, so when a patient would come in wherever she worked before, they would show her their medical card, and she's the one who would process that to make sure that they actually had insurance coverage.
Yes.
And so your thought is that gives you the knowledge you need to be able to look at the medical cards from folks coming in to buy cannabis.
No, I'm reading more about.
Okay, go ahead and finish. Once you finish.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay. ይህን ነው በዛ ነው ወይ ኳሊፋይድ የሚያደርጉሽ ሲሉሽ ምንድን ነው አንቺ የምታደርግ I'm just translating for her be easier. And she speak English too, but it makes it ነው ይሄ ነገር ኳሊፋይ አድርግሻል ይህም ሲሚላር ነው መጥተው ካርታይተን ነው የምንሸጠው እና ፔሽንት ኳሊፋይ ሆኑ ፔሽንቶች ሆነ አንድ አይነት ነው
ክላይንት ሃንድሊንጉ ሲሚላር ነው። ከዚ ውጭ ደግሞ ያለውን ኦንላይን ሞር ትሬኒንጎች እና ኢንተረስትድ ነኝ ስለ ኬነዲስ ብዙ ማንበብ።
Okay, let me explain that. She's saying the patient registration, based on what she spoke to some people, she went to visit some dispensary locations in the city what they have. She said that the
Mhm.
way they check medical cards and then the way they do registration is similar to what she's been doing. And they don't, she said that they don't help without a medical card and then without ID, valid ID, the patients to the sales floor. That's what she's saying.
Give me
Okay.
more about
So,
the.
Go ahead.
yeah, I was just going to mention that we lost her on the camera. I had.
Oh, you want to see her?
No, we're good. No. The whole camera was gone.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, the whole
But you
camera.
were listening to me?
Yeah, we could still hear you, but the
Okay.
camera was gone.
Yeah.
And so there was a point in the answer, one of the responses where she said something about she plans to follow the regulations. How will she become familiar with what the regulations are?
ኦኬ እሺ ቪዚቲንግ ሰም እንትኖችን እኔ ቤት ቦታዎችን ኦንላይን ደግሞ ሞር ደግሞ አንደርስታንድ እያደረኩኝ ነው ኦንላይን እያነበብኩኝ ነው።
She says that the last 2 years since she's been involved in these things, she applied since 2023. She's been reading, she's been talking to dispensaries, she visited dispensaries, she's been looking at it, everything. So she's been doing it for the last 2 years. She's been studying about this.
Okay.
How and how it works and stuff. I think she have visited a few certain areas, certain dispensaries too, how they operate and stuff.
Okay. So let me just offer this. I hear you. I think one of the things I would encourage her to think about is when you're visiting these dispensaries, it's important to understand whether you are visiting a dispensary that really knows what it's doing, and they have a good command of the rules and regulations. One way you might look at that is, have they had any violations in the past? That might be a helpful thing to look for. But beyond that, I would encourage her to make sure that whatever online resources she's leaning into are official resources. I mean, you can find all kinds of information online. I can find you a guy or a woman who will tell me about anything in the world, but I don't know much about their qualifications in many of these instances. So if you have something, if you find something that is from our agency, maybe from an attorney that where you can, a local attorney who's familiar with DC laws and you can verify that they are licensed, those might be more reliable sources than just some person online. I know this sounds like common sense, but I'm saying it based on experience of having owners come back after they've been licensed and explain to us they really didn't know what they were doing. And so I want to be sure that, and beyond that, when there are questions, you can always call the agency. So there's no reason to just be out here in a guessing game. It's and the point of this is not to be asking you questions to kind of get you to slip up. It's just that what I'm hearing is someone who doesn't have a lot of experience, who in part is relying on an employee who has some experience, but that experience is in Maryland, and Maryland laws are not the District of Columbia's laws. So I want to be sure that you are leaning into resources that are reliable, because we are going to be less understanding after having had this conversation of someone coming back to us saying, I didn't know what the rules are. So we want to help. We want to, one, understand where you are, what you know, what you don't know, and help point you in the direction of more reliable resources. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, and ከዚህ በፊት የሰማሽው ሪሶርሶች ከትክክል ሶርስ እና ከጠበቃ ጋር ምናምን ሎየሮች ምናምን አናግረሽ ከሆነ ሎየሩ ጋይድ ያደረግሽ ያመለከተል ቷታል ከሱ አንዱ አንድ እየተሰራሽ ነው ልበልሽ አይደል? ስሙን
ሎየሩ
ጃኮብ
ነበር ስሙ እያስዳኝ ነበረ።
Yes, reply to that on her reply, she said that she is working hand to hand with the lawyer that originally applied even the first license, Jacoby White. So she's
Cool.
saying she's getting all the information from him and hand to hand. That's what she's saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I really appreciate your time.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Mr. Meadows, if you ask like that.
Yes, good afternoon, Sarah Teklu. How are you today?
Good.
Did you say Jacoby White was your legal representation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so explain to me, you were granted by the district ABCA a conditional courier's license. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so but you never activated it. You never started that business.
No, not yet. I didn't.
No. Okay. So now now that you have a retail location on H Street, you're looking to sell at retail and to do delivery?
No, I'm not trying to do the delivery.
Okay. Just in the store itself. And so but what happened with the courier? Why did that not come to fruition?
Yeah, say Lara go no.
Yeah. She said the courier is right now because they do delivery, the stores is allowed to do delivery their own, so she don't see any future on it for as of right now. That's why she decided to transit, and even her lawyer advised her, she said that if the retail might be better option for her since she's going to be spending her time on it. So she's trying to get rid of that one. Once this one goes through, she just wanted to make sure she don't want to let it go before this happened.
But she had it and it was approved, correct? But she
Yes.
didn't activate it. I don't understand why she didn't activate it. But I just
Matter what.
Deliver everybody deliver.
Yeah, she say the stores they're gonna be delivered themselves. That's why she didn't want to invest on it because
okay.
she don't see no opportunity that much. Everybody, even her lawyers that advise her, well, as
Okay.
of right now, probably might no value on it. That's what she's saying.
Okay, that understandable. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe she didn't have it that long. How long did she have that conditional license?
Oh, 2 years.
Well, 2 years is a good long time. I mean, are we if we give you a license, are we gonna wait 2 years for you to open the business?
We mean for the retail or for the other one?
Yes, for the retail.
Retail right away now.
Right away.
She say she's gonna open it right away because delivery. You don't see that much on it to invest on it with this a lot of expense and stuff. Because she might be people they do their own deliveries, the stores.
Yeah,
And her lawyer told her
but
give her
from this
advice
point
to
of
wait
view,
too. That's why she been waiting. Otherwise, she was anxious to open it. She said,
well,
but for this one, she said she will move right away. And she did walk through on this one too with Mr. With the ABCA agent,
sure.
Mr. Brew.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
she did walk through and everything. She's ready to roll once ABCA approved her.
yeah, I mean, there's only so many licenses, and to have a license, no matter which kind, and to not act upon it in 2 years is troubling to me. I find that troubling. All right, well, I thank you. Nice to meet you both, and
But one
thank you,
thing
Mr.
she's
Chairman.
saying that right now she's gonna trigger right away in this one. She's not gonna wait like the other one and stuff. She just wanna to find because sometimes they give you the lawyers they give you advice too and all that stuff. What is good, what is bad. This thing is new for everybody. I think because I'm in the city, so I hear a lot of things from everybody as well myself. So
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Just a quick question. Thank you all for being here today. I just wanted to get a feel for your confidence in your interactions with the agency. Do you feel comfortable if you have any questions that you can reach out? And just what your experience has been so far with interacting with the agency. And I ask that to make sure that, we don't have any more delays, and in particular, no delays because you feel afraid about reaching out to the agency.
Are you talking to me or her?
Yes.
Are you talking to
Either
me?
one of you, whoever can answer
Okay.
the question.
What do you say? Can you repeat the question, Mr. Grant? Sorry.
To summarize it, essentially, like what is your confidence in being able to reach out to the agency to answer any questions you may have? Do you feel confident enough in reaching out?
Kan din scoundrels contact warak sugar confidence siya
Yes.
2%, but
Yes, they helped me a lot. I'm glad to.
Yes, she said that she's happy and pleased with ABCA. They responded quick and then they are so helpful.
Got you.
And even when they did the walkthrough, I was there too. The supervisor so helpful. So the agent, they come when they did walkthrough. He was an amazing person. So he gave her a lot of advice how good to go the right way.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you. No other questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any board members? One of the reasons why we have this fact-finding hearing is just this is one of the few opportunities that you'll have where the board is just trying to find out information about you, your business model, to ensure that you have received the proper training. So therefore, we don't give you this license. We do not entrust you with this license. And then a couple of months later, you come back, you're not participating in the metric system. You're selling without the person having a medical card. And so this is one of the reasons why we're having this, to make sure that you know how to operate this business. And for you and whatever employees that you hire, that you are aware that you can only purchase from a licensed manufacturer or cultivation center in DC, that a person cannot come into the dispensary and purchase without having a medical card, or that you do not use someone else's card to purchase for someone else, because that person whose card the owner of that card might not be able to purchase their monthly supply because they have exceeded it because you have used that person's ID to purchase. And so that is some of the concerns that why we have this hearing. I need you to reach out to the agency. I need you to have you had any training as yet on the metric system?
Electric system like training gargashalo alar kum ganani can read nila maragwe. Just salabacho na chalo no but I will not do it, but she went to see, and a friend, she said that she says she know people she went to see in their dispensary. She's ready to do that. But on the rest of the stuff, she said that she have enough training, enough talking to the lawyers regarding the rules and the guidelines. And she said that she's familiar, similar to their agencies, to where she work in the medical people. They used to come with their different insurance when somebody's insurance. So it's a similar thing that what she's talking about, the basic thing. So what you said is correct, Mr. Anderson, and she said that the only thing is left is she will do the training is the metric.
All right. Any final comments that she wants to make before I bring this hearing to a closure?
Okay. Any comment የምታደርጊው ነገር አለ? እኔ ሬዲ ነኝ። በእኔ በኩል ብዙ አጥንቻለሁ። ብዙ ጋይድላይኖችን አውቄያለሁ። ስታልሰራው ምናምን ነው የምትይው?
ጋይድላይኖቹ ምናምን አይቻለሁ።
Yeah. She says that for the businesses, she's been ready for the last more than a year. She's been studying, she's been taking notes, she's been taking a lot of online stuffs, and she talking to dispensaries. She says she talked to the legal teams, which is the person who applied her license and stuff, to the guidelines, to the rules, and she did a little bit of her homework. So that's what she's saying.
All right. Thank you. The board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you for your appearance here today.
Appreciate it.
Have a good day. All right. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00026, The Point Fish House. The Point license number 111655. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Frederica Kramer, access elevated. Cameron Mixon, access elevated. Anthony Chase, access elevated. Greg Caston, access elevated. Henry Falnati, access elevated. And investigator Tabor Prout, access elevated. And I believe that is it, Chairman.
Thank you.
And Matthew Stickney, access elevated.
All right, let me have everyone come on camera. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. So let me have Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record by stating and spelling your name?
Good afternoon, Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant, CAMERON MIXON.
Good afternoon, sir. The applicant, Mr. Kaysen, I see that you're in a car, and I would hope that you're not in a moving car, sir.
I am. I'm just looking for a place to pull over now.
All right,
There's a
so
massive bump on 95, but I'm fine. It's bumper to bumper, and I'll be in a parking space in 1 minute.
all right, so please spell
I'm
and state your
Gregory.
name for the record, sir.
I'm Gregory Caston. I am the managing member and 45% owner of Greenleaf Buzzard, trading as the Point, and sometimes known as Buzzard Point Fish House.
All right, good afternoon, sir. All right. All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Miss Kramer, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, thank you. Frederica Kramer, Fredrica Kramer.
And you are, ma'am?
I am a commissioner of ANC 6D07, and I will be testifying. I'm authorized and will be testifying for the ANC 6D, that the commission at the hearing.
So you're representing the ANC, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. All right. I guess before the hearing start, I just want to put this on the record. I have not been paying attention to my weekly schedule. So last week, Monday, a friend invited me out to lunch at the Point. So I just want the record to reflect that I had lunch at the Point. A friend invited me out and I went. Wasn't even thinking that there was a protest hearing this week. Last week, Monday, I was there, I had lunch, and so, but I don't think the fact that I've been to this restaurant that I've eaten, that I had lunch there last week, will have no bearing on my decisions and my objectivity today to make a determination on what's the appropriate, how this protest hearing should end. Okay? I just want to put that on the record. All right, this is a renewal of an application, Ms. Kramer. So the ANC is not asking us not to renew it's not asking us not to renew the license. Is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct. We're not asking you not to renew the license, and I'll detail in my testimony that we actually are very supportive of the restaurant. I've eaten there too, and it doesn't affect what the issues are that we're bringing to the ABCA board.
So since the ANC is not contesting the ruling of the application, would the parties agree that the board will renew the license, and that the rest of the hearing, it appears that is the ANC asking for conditions on the license? Is that what the ANC is asking for?
Yes, exactly.
So could the parties agree that the board will renew the license, and we will use the rest of the hearing to determine what conditions, if any, should be attached to the license? Is that something that we can agree upon?
If you're asking me, since
I'm asking you, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I assume that therefore, yes, we are not contesting their continued ability to operate with an alcohol and a beverage license. That's correct. We are asking, and I will address in specifics the conditions that we'd like on this this license.
All right. So we will have testimony. So we'll renew the license, and the rest of the hearing will be whether or not we should impose any restrictions on any conditions on the license. Do we have a agreement? Well, I know that Mr. Mix is not going to contest this. That's why I'm addressing it. I'm addressing to you from the protestant.
Yes, as I understand your question, and I will make clear, we are not asking asking the board to deny them a license. What we are asking is that license should include conditions, which I will spell out.
All right, that's fine. Do we need the investigator to testify today? Is there any testimony that the ANC would elicit from the investigator, or can we release the investigator?
I'm not anticipating asking the investigator.
All right. Mr. Proud, thank you for being here today. Only Ms. Kramer can speak. Ms. Kramer is the representative from, I'm only dealing right now with the representative. If someone has an objection, you need to talk to Ms. Kramer because I'm not going to allow anyone else to speak. So you have to talk to Ms. Kramer. If you need a minute to text her, but I'm only speaking to the representatives of the parties.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the
Yes, Mr. Mixon,
applicant would like to have brief investigator testimony if possible.
Okay, that's fine. Then, the board, there's no need for the board himself to ask questions. So, the investigator, then we'll have the investigator, because normally the way this case proceeds is that the board will call its first witness, which is Investigator Prout. We would have him go through his report, then we would have questions, and then the licensee would have an opportunity to ask direct questions, and then the ANC would have questions. So we're going to the board will dispense with asking questions of Mr. Prout, but we'll have him available to answer questions. And so what I would ask that the parties do is that I would ask that the parties call him as a witness first, and so we can dispense with him, okay? And so basically where we are today is that the board will renew the license. We will spend the rest of this hearing elicit testimony on whether or not there should be, what conditions, if any, should be imposed on the renewal of the license, okay? All right, so what I would ask that the parties do, so we'll start with opening statements. So I'll have you, Mr. Mixon, provide an opening statement. You can say what it is that you're asking us to do. Then Ms. Kramer, you can either give an opening statement at this juncture, or you can, when you are ready to present your case, you can give your opening statement at that point, but you'll have that option whether or not you want to do the opening statement now or later, okay? All right, so any questions before we start? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Greenleaf Buzzard LLC, the licensee in this renewal protest, will show that its Class C restaurant license should be renewed without further conditions needing to be imposed by this board. The licensee was initially granted its license via a board order back in 2019, and the licensee is then opened for business in April 2021 and has operated for nearly 5 years without any adverse impacts on the peace, order, and quiet of the Buzzard Point neighborhood. Mr. Gregory Caston, an experienced restaurant operator within the district that previously testified before this board as part of that initial application process, will testify today that there's been no history of problems arising out of the establishment's operations. In addition, we will hear from a nearby resident, Henry Fuenati, who can attest to having no issues with the licensee's operation and who is in support of the licensee's renewal application being granted without condition. Such testimony will demonstrate that the licensee has been a big positive contributor to the community, and accordingly, this board should approve the renewal of this license without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Mixon. Ms. Kramer, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or you want to defer until you present your case?
I will detail in my testimony. I'm happy to have the opportunity to be heard today, but I'm going to detail our conditions in our testimony. I'd like simply to say, which reiterates where we already have just come, we welcome and support the applicant's establishment in our community. We're only seeking conditions on the license to be both consistent with others and supportive of the residents' needs. So that's why we're here.
Thank you. Mr. Mixon, you say you want to call the investigator, so you can call the investigator. So, Mr. Proud, can you please unmute yourself? Can you raise your right hand, sir, please? Do you
Yes, sir.
swear? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, or do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do, Mr. Chairperson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Investigator Tavro Prout, TAVRILPROUT.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Prout, in preparing for or prior to today's protest hearing, did you perform an investigation related to the point?
Yes, I was assigned a protest hearing on the matter in the latter part of June of 2025.
And are you familiar with the protest report that is part of the record in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Part of preparing the protest report, did you visit the establishment?
Yes, I conducted a preparatory inspection on June 30th, 2025.
In your time visiting the establishment, did you observe any concerns with its operations or anything that might give rise to a violation?
No, there were no overall concerns that I had about the day-to-day operations of the establishment. The establishment was also monitored on multiple days as well during the time in which the report was being drafted.
Did you say that was based on multiple observations?
Yes, the establishment was monitored on June 23rd, June 26th. I'm sorry, June 23rd from 9 p.m. to 1:15 a.m. on June 26th from 1 a.m. to 4 o'clock a.m. June 30th from 9:47 p.m. to 10:25 p.m. and July 6th from 9:10 to 9:30 p.m. in which there were no ABCA violations observed during those monitoring periods.
Thank you for that level of detail. And also part of your investigation, have you spoken with any of the parties involved in this matter?
So I sent email correspondence to both the licensee as well as the A&C chairperson. I did receive email responses from both parties. The A&C, Ms. Kramer, advised that she was optimistic that a overall agreement would be reached between the licensee and the A&C, and that was the basis of her email correspondence as a result of me soliciting her formal statement on behalf of the A&C, as well as the licensee, in which I had contacted you. Mr. Nixon advised that the licensee didn't have any concerns of how how they have been operating up to this current point, and that there were no overall concerns as a result of the protest period. So those correspondences were sent out on Monday, June 30th. Responses were received from Commissioner Kramer on July 1st, and a email correspondence was drafted to you on Monday, June 23rd, and the email response was crafted by you on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025.
And in any of that investigative correspondence, Were there any specific aspects of the points operations that were identified as potentially having an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet?
No. So the basis of the protest was adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet of the community. And so those segments statements were requested from both parties, the agency and the licensee, and there were no answers generated in reference to an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet as advised by the ANC as well as the licensee.
Thank you, Investigator Prout. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Kramer, do you have any questions of the witness?
No, sir. I think I would wait till I give my testimony.
No, but I'm saying, but you can cross-examine him if you wish. That's what I'm saying. Do you have any questions of him? He's a
I
witness.
understand. Okay, let me ask one question. You said you were there. I missed. I was trying to take notes quickly. You said you were there at 1:15. The first two visits, 1:15 a.m. and one at 4 a.m. Is that correct?
So I visited the establishment, Commissioner Kramer, on June 23rd, 2025 from 9 p.m. to 1:15 a.m. On
Okay.
Thursday, June 26, 2025 from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Okay.
June 30th from 9:47 p.m. to 10:25 p.m. and Sunday, July 6, 2025 from 9:10 p.m. to 9:30 p.m.
Can you just repeat? I'm sorry. On the 30th, you visited from 9:47. Did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
To 2:25. I'm
to
sorry.
10. Yes, ma'am. To 10:25 p.m.
10:25 p.m. And on the last visit, it was from 10 p.m. to.
From 9:10 p.m.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
From 9:10 p.m.
Right.
to 9:30 p.m.
Thank you. And what date was that?
That was on Sunday, July 6th.
July 6th. Okay. Thank you very much. I needed that. Thank you. No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prout, I need you to make a correction to your report for your visit. You stated in at least what's written in the report is that you visited from 9 p.m. until 1:15 p.m. So
yes, and
go ahead, sir.
So that was a typo. Rather than it being p.m., it should have been 1:15 a.m. because my shift is from 7:30 p.m. to 4 o'clock a.m.
So I need you to correct this report so the record will reflect the correct time of your visit. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr.
Just really quickly, it feels like you answered it, but just to be sure and explicit, Investigator Prout, when you went to the establishment, did you feel any obstruction of your ability to do your work? What was the interaction like with the staff? Did you feel like they were allowing you to do what you normally do on your duties?
Yes. So during my visit to the establishment staff was very helpful in assisting questions that needed to be answered for the regulatory inspection. They allowed me to come in once most of the patrons were finished for the evening to come in and take raw pictures of the establishment on the exterior and the interior of the establishment. But I had no general concerns. I believe that the establishment was operating in lieu of ABCA's laws. They did close on time, and they were following the alcohol sales that's listed on their alcohol license as well.
Thank you for that. No further questions.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Pratt, what are the approved hours of operation for this establishment?
Board's indulgence while I pull up the license. The hours of sales, Mr. Chair, on Sundays is from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. from Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m.
So that's the hours of sales. What are the hours of operation?
The hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday through Saturday.
So what are the hours of live entertainment?
The live entertainment hours from Sunday through Thursdays are from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. and then from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays.
Now, does this establishment have a sidewalk cafe?
They do not, but they do have a summer garden.
Your report says sidewalk operation, so I guess. All right. So what is it? What are the hours of this summer garden then?
The operation hours are from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then on Friday and Saturday, it will be from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Are there any other establishment within 100 and within 1,200 feet of this establishment?
Mr. Chair, board's indulgence, I believe there was possibly 2 or 3 board's indulgence. So there were 2 others. It was Hen Quarter, which is on the backside of the establishment, as well as River Point, DC, in which they all share the general building. So
Well,
the point would be,
So
I'm sorry.
But how many in your report? I mean, what were these 2 establishments listed, or is it how many establishments were listed in? I just need to testify what's in your report.
So there's only 2. It will be Hen Quarter and River Point, DC.
All right. So do you know the hours of operation for Hen Quarter?
Not offhand, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Prout. No, you know what? I'm sorry. It's your witness, Mr. Mixon. Do you have any questions for the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kramer, no, you don't have any questions. All right. All right. Any questions, Ms. Kramer?
No, I just unmuted myself to say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Proud, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
All right. All right, Mr. Mixon, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'll call Gregory Caston.
All right, Mr. Caston, have you pulled over, sir?
I'm parked. Yes, sir.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, sir? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
All right, sir. You're a witness, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Caston, can you please tell us what is your connection to the establishment?
I'm the founder and general partner and majority shareholder.
And what is your experience as an operator of alcoholic beverage licensed establishments?
I've been operating ABC or ABCA licensed establishments since 1983 in Washington, D.C., starting with the Dancing Crab was my first one, Tony and Joe's, Nick's Riverside Grill, Ivy City Smokehouse, and this one, The Point, and a couple others that are no longer with us.
Understood. Quite a lot. Can you please give us a quick overview of the concept for The Point?
Yeah, The Point is modeled after the fishing industry. I actually grew up working on a lobster boat. And if you look at it, all of the accoutrements and design is based on fishing in one way or another. Some people get that, some don't. It was always meant to be a fun dining establishment along the water. 2 of my other businesses are on the water, and I have great experience with that. They too are in mixed use facilities. So that was the purpose for the selection of the location and the motif. I also own a fish wholesale company And so, you know, it spokes on the wheel, as I like to say. Sales for the fish wholesale company and the fish restaurant.
How long has the point been operating?
You know, the build out began pre-COVID in 2019, and we did not, unfortunately, due to that, finish until I want to say April of 2021 was the opening. I think technically we tell everyone May 3rd, but we actually opened a couple weeks in 2021. So almost 5 years, 22, 23, 24, 25. In 3 months, it'll be 5 years old.
Happy early congratulations. Has the license been renewed previously since that opening?
Yes, I think once and maybe twice. I think it's 3-year licenses. But we may have had the license during the construction period and time expired on it then. So there may have been a renewal in between, but I know definitely one, you know, we paid the 3-year term.
And can you tell us what hours the restaurant typically operates?
The restaurant is actually usually closed at 10 o'clock or 10:30. It's up to Matthew's discretion, who's my general manager and also here now, based on volume of business on those nights. Monday night, I may stay open till midnight during the NFL season if there's a game on and enough patrons that want to be there. But generally, the crowd will dictate. And so we don't tend to try to stay open later. On Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we stay open till a minimum of midnight and then make the judgment call predicated on whether or not there was perhaps a soccer game or some compelling reason to capture revenue that would not be captured otherwise.
And what hours do you typically operate the summer garden?
The summer garden is till volume every day, and is never later than 10 o'clock except on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, which it will go right up till the midnight hour.
And
you know, it might not be empty at midnight, but it's empty by 12:30 as people are leaving and finishing their meal.
so
We're
always
not
within.
seating it after 11. We will let you go to the outside bar, but we won't take you for dining. The kitchen is going to be closed at, you know, it'll stop at 10:45. We won't want to seat anybody, but there may still be a few orders coming in. And so as we're breaking and cleaning the kitchen down, people may stay there. And of course, they may drink alcohol and do sometimes at the bars.
Okay. And have you, what feedback, if any, have you received about your the hours in which you operate?
You know, specifically, I've never really received. There are some people that say, "Oh, you should do this and stay open later, and you should have people in there, and you can really make that, you know, into something that it isn't." And I resist. That's not what the purpose of having a restaurant is. We're not a nightclub. But nobody makes comments as, you know, if anything, we're not open enough in the morning, in the early morning before 10:30 or 11. Some people want breakfast. But nobody certainly complains that we're open too late. Just the opposite. They would like to see us, and particularly a number of people in the building would like to see us open later, in spite of the fact, and with perhaps events that would draw them down or provide entertainment for them, because it is such a hard building to get to. This building is at the end of an isthmus, and so, but to my knowledge, those are the only comments about negatives to our hours of operation, that they're too confined.
Very good. And can you tell us how helpful is it to the business to have the hours for which you're currently approved?
It is absolutely imperative because you want to be able to take advantage of gathering revenue whenever it is that you can, and you never know when those opportunities are going to present themselves. And if a wedding comes in and they want to be there till 2 in the morning, we don't want to tell them no. We want to be cognizant and aware of the residents and the neighbors, and we certainly would make the patron aware of such restrictions and obligations that we have, but we wouldn't want to be forced to say no because we've signed an agreement or had restricted hours. I think that answers.
And do you have any measures in place, or is there anything that the establishment does to kind of control its sound output, audio footprint?
So back at when we were first open, there was a number of complaints to ABCA. I think you can look in our history, and not one of them produced us out of decibel. And in the middle of that, we bought, I think we have 2 decibel readers, and Matthew or one of the other managers is trained to use them, and we'll bring them out from time to time and just take a look at them to make sure, not certainly at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, but as we get into the later night, if it happens to be a rowdy or a larger crowd, the establishment has a 380 person occupancy. We will be cognizant of that, and especially outside, because we realize, we've got a roofed in summer garden with a quadruple lining of fabric that mutes all the noise, but a lone voice can often travel and be disruptive, and we want to be, again, our experience at Washington Harbor leads us to be aware of and cognizant that people live there too, and we have to live and get along. So yes, we do have those decibel machines, and yes, from time to time we look at them.
And what feedback, if any, have you received about the noise output, at least in the last couple of years?
No feedback other than when this request came about, we started to solicit people that we knew who lived within the community upstairs, and we heard repeatedly, we can't hear a thing. What you do doesn't bother us. There are no problems. So other than feedback that I went out to solicit, or myself and Matthew and other managers from many of our regulars that come in, people that we meet in the gym, some of us, not me, but some of us work out in that building a lot, and they ask around and interact with people, and we have heard no negative feedback. I don't believe we've ever taken a phone call requesting us to turn down volume or do anything. I don't want to speak out of turn because Matthew might have had that occur, and then I'm positive it would have been addressed immediately upon our knowledge of it, but I don't think it's ever happened.
Thank you. What can you tell us about the points history with respect to any ABCA violations or investigation?
Oh, well, there's 2 that I forgot about that I looked at when I saw that report. One of them was a manager not on duty, and I believe that we have a contract with where we go off site to make some deliveries, and the manager inadvertently didn't think about the fact that he was the person there with a license and left, and we were cited for not having a manager on duty. And then my controller of 30 years, Julie, in her absence for the first time, I believe in 30 years, for all 5 of our establishments, missed the filing day by 1 day. And unfortunately, both of those resulted in violations. But any on-site violations or noise or unruly behavior, nothing. There was an incident that occurred outside our building that was disturbing, but because it was our patrons and a private affair, but it did not involve the establishment at all. No, that's it.
And so anything in the primary tier for ABCA purposes, or
No,
um,
no underage, no after hours, no employees drinking after it's closed.
okay. And if should your license be renewed without conditions, how do you anticipate your operations to be in the coming license period?
To continue the same way we have been and to be open and available to anyone in the community who has any issue whatsoever, and to address that issue immediately, and if not, to be open to further discussions with the board. But I don't anticipate that happening, but that is our modus of operandi. If somebody has an issue, we would like to speak to them one-on-one, and if we can understand what it is and change our operation if necessary, or at a minimum be cognizant of the issue, then we will, and would prefer to address it that way. To our nature, to our knowledge, nothing has been brought to our attention that merits changing any of our current behavior practices or operational practices.
Thank you, Mr. Caston. No further questions.
Ms. Kramer, do you have any questions of Mr. Caston?
I do, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Caston. This clarifies some questions. Let me clarify. You do play recorded and occasionally, presumably, live music, both indoors and outdoors. Isn't that correct?
We may have an acoustical person outside. I can't deny that, but in the nature of where the entertainment would go, it's inside. And yes, there is recorded music. I mean, whatever, electronic, radio background.
Well, let me be clear. Let me be clear, and let me make sure that I understand it and the board understands it. You have speakers installed outside in the summer garden, and one can see that. And they are directed. Yes, okay. And so sometimes, if not routinely, you can answer that. You play recorded music outside. Aren't those okay? Aren't those directed out, which potentially projects sound away from the building?
They're actually up in the upper, it's a 20-foot high structure that supports, and it's all steel structure that supports this watertight roof, and they're attached to that pointing downward.
Well, I think we'd have to, I don't know, I'd like to give the board, if we need to do this, photographs of the I don't know that it's 20 feet high. I've been to that outside place many times. They are directed essentially out. Whether they're directed down as well, that's true, but they're directed out of the building, not outside of the building into the building.
I mean, Ms. Kramer, do you have an exhibit that you want to have him?
I don't have an exhibit. If we can add to our record, I'd like to have an exhibit, because obviously this is critical, and I want to make sure that we're right.
Unfortunately, you can't add to the record. So if it's not in the record, then you can't add to the. All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me ask you let me ask first Mr. Caston, how do you know that the music that's played outdoors is audible outside the premises? How do you know that?
Outside of the summer garden, you mean, or
yes,
or
that's
outside
right.
of?
That's right.
So again, as I stated, the manager, Matthew, and the others will on occasion take the decibel reader and go outside, and it may be audible, but it is not in violation of the decibel number levels that are.
Let me come back to that. Okay, let me come back to that.
Ms. Kramer, allow him to finish before you ask the next question.
Sorry, I thought. Go ahead. Excuse me. I did not mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I've said enough on it. That's,
No.
we check We check and we're aware that the music can be, there, people live there. We get it. And we have experience, like I say, with that. So we will on occasion check outside and
Is there,
inside or outside the front door.
okay, I'm glad to hear that. Is there documentation of how often you have, first of all, what decibel level you're aiming to do? What's your your internal standard? Or are you following code in some way? Please help us understand that. And do you have documentation about when you have checked this and what the documentation is?
So we have a nightly report that is filed via email to Matthew or by Matthew to an email site. And in those reports from time to time will be a reference to what was, I don't know if we're recording the level that we recorded, but there will be reference to, oh, felt I should check or went outside and used the reader. But I don't know that they're recording the reader. They're definitely recording if somebody makes a complaint, which is so. That's not meaning to be deceitful, but there's almost 2,000 individual days of these reports, and I did not go through them in preparation to talk here today, but they are supposed to record such activity. The managers, anybody complains, if there's any food issues, if there's any violence, if there's any interaction with the waiters that is negative or complained about, if there are any loud noises or uncommon events. If somebody comes in and starts screaming and then goes out, we've had them all, and all of those will be recorded. So throughout those reports, from time to time, there may very well be a reference to, oh, I thought it was loud and I went out and checked. I would have to go through the reports.
Who sees these reports? Where are they recorded?
Matthew is generally who goes over them, and then from time to time, and by that I mean, once every 3 to 5 days, maybe 7 days at the most, I will sit down with Matt and just go over, okay, tell me about the week, what happened, anything I should know about, if there is any incident of, like if ABCA shows up, he's going to tell me, and I'll be like, what happened? Were they called? No, it was a regular inspection. Our paperwork was all good, blah, blah, blah. I walked him through. I'm like, great. But that's the type of interaction I'll have with, oh, so-and-so was here for dinner and, he brought 4 people or 6 people and they had a great meal and he said, thank you. And he loved his experience. Those are the types of interactions that Matt and I will discuss.
I'm asking very specific. I appreciate your candor and your detail, but I'm asking only about reports on sound. So let me ask it again, and if you don't know it, that's fine. But I'd like to know what measure are you using to make a judgment about the sound is audible, is too loud or potentially audible beyond the restaurant? That's the first question. What measure are you using, and how often have you looked at that, and how can you report to us what it is you're seeing?
I haven't, I explained how I would have to go back and report the frequency. I cannot give you the numbers. I believe the number we're looking for is 65 or 55 decibels. It's taped on the machine what the law is, and it just escapes me at this moment, of course. Again, Matthew would be able to testify to that specifically because I'm not the one that's really ever using that machine.
No, but what I'm asking you, I'll give you one, just do it one more, and then I'm going to want to move to the next point. If you know that you're shooting for 55 or 65 decibels, you're not sure about that, what the standard is in the law. How often have you seen a testimony to that effect? How often have you seen something that how often have you looked at decibel reports, and how often have you seen any issue with that?
Again, I haven't reviewed any reports lately. I don't recall. It's been a long time since we've had a talk about loudness. 4 or 5 years ago, when we were first establishing our routines, and again, I indicated ABCA was coming down every night. There was one particular resident who continually called over and over again, and during that time, it was multiple times, and I was aware of the numbers, and they were always below what the law required. Subsequent to that, we haven't had any complaints whatsoever from any resident that I'm aware of, and Matthew and I have not really talked about what level. I think he has mentioned, I don't think, I know he's mentioned, oh, I took the decibel machine around just to get a feel for what was going on. Everything was fine. I didn't say, what, did you get a 58, a 52? What were your numbers? I did not. I understood Matthew, who is also experienced, to be able to make that evaluation. And if in fact he did find that it was close or over, or even sounded loud in spite of what the reading read, he knows, and the managers know, to turn it down.
Okay. Let me ask a different question. If the Chairperson Anderson, would it be possible to ask for a short video to be shown by that the speakers, first of all, are mounted at the outside edge of the summer garden, facing away from the restaurant and audible? And may I have Mr. Chase, who's with me from the ABC Academy, to share his screen to show that? Is that possible?
Is this one of your exhibits?
We did not. I don't think we put it in as a formal exhibit.
If it's
I
not,
can say, but I can also call him as a witness when we move on.
You can call him as a witness, ma'am.
Okay, I'll call him as a witness. Okay, the other that's fine. And could I also show, and I can do it at that point. I didn't put this in as a witness. The Points virtual tour of the website, which shows the that the speakers project out. So just for the record, I will try to show it later when we move forward. Let me ask a couple more questions on the sound issue that we've been talking about. Is there a monitoring device to measure the sound that whether it would carry upstairs? Is there anything that would show that you have?
I mean, you could take our decibel reading and go upstairs.
No, that's not my question. My question is, I'm trying to understand, since there have been complaints, as you've said, what carries upstairs. That's all I'm asking. So if there's something that would show that upstairs, you'd have to have the measure in a different location. If the answer is no, the answer is no. And my last question on this amplified sound business is, do you know that there are restrictions? Are you aware of the fact that there are restrictions both in the headquarter and the Breezy restaurants, which are the two adjoining yours, to control sound penetration to the residents?
I have no idea what their restrictions are or otherwise. I don't think I understand the question, but if I don't know what their restrictions are, if you're talking about in a settlement agreement like you're asking for here, I don't know what they have.
Okay, no, that's what I wanted to establish.
And
that's fine.
if
Mr., you have answered the question.
Yes. Last question. Do you? I believe your kitchen generally closes at 10. Is that what I think you just testified to that?
11 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday it should be, at least in season. Not when there's 8 inches of snow on the ground.
Sorry, we're all having that problem. Say it again. I'm sorry. Your kitchen closes at 10 on the weekdays. 11
10 during
o'clock
the week, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 10 during the week.
Right.
Okay.
On occasion, if there is an event or a special request, We will still have items come out of the kitchen. That's usually more of a buffet sitting and not
Okay.
a setting, right? But
All right. Thank you. That's those. I have no further questions on this. Oh, let me ask you one more. Excuse me. There are no, just for the record, there are no permanent, you did specify that there's some curtaining on the outside areas. There are no permanent enclosures separating the summer garden from the residences. Is that correct?
well, the cost sure makes it feel permanent. It, as I said, it's quadruple layers of heavy duty fabric and with steel that took,
It's
a
plastic,
crane.
isn't that right?
Oh, the
It's not.
walls, yes. What's on the roof? No. The walls
Let
are
me be
plastic.
clear.
Correct.
Okay, so that the board understands. So the vertical spaces, the curtaining essentially is plastic, and the roof, which is retractable, is fabric. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. That's fine. I just wanted to be clear. Okay, thank you.
And
Mr.
if I might,
No, Mr. There, if you need follow-up, Mr. Mixon needs to ask you that, sir. You have answered the question.
Okay.
Thanks. Are you done, Ms. Kramer?
I am, thank you.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Like you, Mr. Chair, I also recently visited the points. I want to put that on record as well. Not that long ago, not realizing it was on the agenda again. So forgive me if there was any challenges with that. Mr. Caston, you mentioned, well, first of all, thank you for being here. You mentioned that you've been a part of ownership for a number of entities that are restaurant based in the city. We don't have, I believe, any witnesses from any of those communities, but just curious if you could describe your relationships in those areas with ANC commissioners, civic associations, in the areas where the other establishments are located.
in Georgetown, we have an excellent relationship with both the ANC and the Citizens Association of Georgetown. We do have a settlement agreement there, which came after we opened back in the early 90s when Georgetown had sort of a different vibe to it. And there were a lot of young people that ended up down on the water, and it was loud and rambunctious and in all our interests to agree to that. That is essentially the agreement we have there. We're also in, well, to go back, Washington Harbor is 32 condominiums. It's 500,000 square feet with offices in between and retail on the bottom. And we have coexisted with all of them for 37 years without any issues whatsoever. In Ivy City, we have no issues. We have no settlement agreement. We've had no violations that I recall, other than the same one with the late filing. Same person did that. And we get along very well with the community and do a number of different things with the community. I have other issues in Ivy City with the ANC that don't involve the smokehouse. So I'm not sure I can honestly testify that I get along perfectly with that ANC, but this, from the smokehouse standpoint, it does. The other one is the Strand, which is in Ward 7, and we have no settlement agreement there. So have no issues with the ANC or any of the community, and do work very well with that ANC commissioner. I forget his name. And Boss Shepherd's is another one that we had. La Vida Loca was another restaurant long ago. I've been involved with a lot of restaurants in DC over the years.
Thank you for that background, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Kramer, any questions off the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mixon, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a few. Mr. Casson, have in your time since of this license period, have you received any violations related to noise restrictions under DC ABC law?
No.
Thank you. Are you familiar with a 2019 ABC board order approving the license?
Probably, but not by that number, but yes, I think so.
And are you familiar with any restrictions that were imposed on the license under that order?
No, I think there was future consideration given that we tabled at the time for a dock over the water, which we have permitted but don't have the wherewithal to build yet. So that issue has not come into play for the license. But I think if you look up the history of it, the hours of operation for that may be different and restricted from the license. Hopefully soon we're able to build it and come back here and discuss the merits of that license, of that, not necessarily in this argument, but in just getting it open. Anyway, but no restrictions in them.
No further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casson, for your testimony. No, I'm sorry, Ms. Kramer, you can't have any more with me. You cannot ask any more questions, ma'am. You have lost your opportunity to ask questions of him. All right. Thank you, Mr. Caston. Thank you for your testimony. You can
thank you.
You can resume driving now, sir, if you need to do that, because you're no longer going to be testifying. All right. Thank you. Mr. Mixon, do you have another witness?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and it's our last. The applicant calls Henry Funati.
Mr. Funati, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You're a witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Funati, can you please tell us your home address?
Sure, it's 2121 Fish Street, Southwest.
Can you also ask him to spell his name for the record, please, Mr. Mixon?
Mr. Funati, if you could please spell your name for the record.
Sure, it's HENRY FEAUNATI.
If you recall my question a second ago related to your home address, can you tell us how far that is in relation to the point?
I live upstairs.
How many floors?
I am on the 5th floor of the building.
Thank you. And how long have you lived in this building?
I've been here for about 4 years now.
And how long have you been aware of the point?
Since I moved in.
The whole time. And how many times have you visited the establishment?
How many times have I visited the establishment?
Approximately, roughly.
Oh, God, I don't know. I mean, I'd probably say, on an average, I'd say maybe somewhere between 2 to 3 times per week. But I can tell you, like, out of their 4 years, how many times I've been.
So it'd be safe to say, or you wouldn't say you're unfamiliar.
No.
What can you tell us about any noise output from the establishment?
Look, I live right above the bar, and I live right above the front door. I don't really hear much noise, even during the summer when the awning is open. The only noise that I do hear is at 4:30 in the morning when you have these delivery trucks that show up to deliver food over to the place on the corner, and they sit there and honk their horn. That's the only noise that I hear from my place.
And how do you feel about the impact of the point operating, either in its interior or in its summer garden, at the currently approved hours?
I got no problems with it. It's a great establishment. It's a nice place.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt the chairman for a second?
What is it that you want to interrupt regarding Ms. Kramer?
Well, this Mr. Fonati, I can't.
Yeah.
Yes, was not listed on. Excuse me, was not listed on the witness list. The spelling of the witness list was Fuente, F-U.
My apologies.
Well, the problem, I'm sorry, it's right in front of me, Fuenta, Fuenta, which would make it very difficult for us to track and find out who this witness was and what he was testifying about, what he would be testifying about. I mean, either it should be disallowed, or I can just have what I just stated for the record.
To clarify, if I may.
Hold on. Let me.
There was a miscommunication between myself and the applicant at the initial time of filing the PIF, to where there was a typo, but it was always our intention to have Mr. Fuenati be the witness, and the testimony being provided at this time is completely in line with the description provided in that PIF.
I'm trying to go. I'm trying to find your PIP. Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
No, hold on. I'm trying to look for the document that was filed. Okay, hold on. See, hold on. I see yours. Hold on. No, hold on. I'm sorry. I saw it earlier. I just want to make sure before I. Okay. I think this is it. How do you spell your name? How do you spell your name, sir?
Sure, it's Feaunati.
So the name is spelled Fueanta. That's what's it's spelled on the PIP as a neighborhood resident. So what are you saying now, Miss Kramer?
I'm sorry.
You're saying, what is your objection?
Well, my objection is that if we wanted to find this person, we had an incorrect spelling on the list, and so we wouldn't have been able to find him, look for him, whatever we would want to do on that. I think that this needs to be correct and should be so noted. He really shouldn't be testifying. If we want to talk to him, this is not a clerical error. The problem is, and I should expect that of the council to be able to file a witness list properly. We're trying to adhere to that without any legal assistance, and I would expect the same from and more so from the opposing counsel. To do this correctly. How would I or anybody that's assisting us on the ANC be able to find this person if the name is not doesn't exist?
Mr. Mixon.
The PIF reflects what was recorded based on correspondence with the applicant at the time of the filing of the PIF. I had the only representation in writing of his name I had seen is that which was received from the applicant, but in content and description, Mr. Fuenati is the person reflected on the PIF, in spite of a few letters being off.
Well, I'm eager to, Mr. Chair, I'm eager to talk to give him some cross-examination questions since he's now here. But I'd like the record to show that it's not fair play on the other side to do that. Not by not by the applicant, but by the council. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for Ms. Kramer. I mean, it's a same first name. The spelling of the last name is somewhat off, but it's not. It's off. It says that he's a neighborhood resident. And he will be talking about his relationship to relationship of establishment to the community based on the testimony so far. I mean, I mean, I'm gonna your objection for the record is noted, but let's move on. You'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and I'll give you some leeway, since if you need to go beyond the scope of Mr. Mixon's questioning in your cross-examination to verify exactly who he is and that he's actually a resident of the building. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board's indulgence, returning to my notes. Okay, if I understand correctly, Mr. Funati, your testimony prior to the objection was that you were not concerned with the hours at which the point generally operates, and how similar are your feelings if the point were to operate to its maximum approved hours? And as a reminder, those maximum approved hours include up to 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday to Saturday.
I mean, look, as a resident being here for 4 years, I don't have a problem with that. I think obviously the concern is for any resident is what they would be doing between the hours of, say, 10 and 3. That's really when people really tend to have a really good time. But if it's just the regular bar and restaurant that they currently have, then I don't have a problem with it. It's not going to be a problem.
And if the license were to be renewed here today without conditions, as the applicant has asked for, how would that impact your current feelings about the establishment?
It won't. It doesn't at all in any way.
Thank you, Mr. Funati. No further questions.
Ms. Kramer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Funati, and I apologize if I haven't pronounced your name properly. You said it's okay. You said you live in the complex above the establishment, and you also said that you live right above the front door. That would put you on 2nd Street, wouldn't it? Your apartment is 2nd Street. Thank you. And you say you live on the 5th floor. So that's your apartment doesn't in fact face the summer garden, isn't that correct? It faces, as you just testified, it faces the front entrance to the building. So it would also be correct to say that, which I will testify on later, the building that the place where the sound mostly carries up is on the what would be actually the W side, the water side of the building. In other words, where there's no street, right? It doesn't, yes, you're not on that side of the building. So from I'm
on the corner. My unit is right on the corner.
Mr. Funati, hold on.
What's that?
Hold on. Ms. Kramer, one question at a time. You're asking compound questions, so just one question at a time. Give them an opportunity to answer one question at a time.
That's fair enough. Thank you. So what I just heard you testify to is your apartment is on the 2nd Street side of the building.
Correct.
Thank you. You're not on the side of the building that faces the water where the sort of atrium structures are, or the shape is.
I'm sorry, which part of the building?
Yeah. I'll withdraw my question. You're on the 2nd Street side of the building. Can you, from your windows, can you actually see any of the activities in the restaurant?
Not in the restaurant, no, but I can see above, I can see down below the outdoor patio. So my unit is actually on the corner of the building. So
I
like I
see.
said, my unit oversees the front door and
Right.
it oversees the actual patio, the outdoor patio bar.
Which patio are you talking about? Are you talking about the bar or the
They only have
summer
the bar outside, correct? The bar outside. My apologies.
the bar? And how far over does your apartment go around the bar?
It sits right above the bar.
By how many? By one window, or so? How just to describe it?
Well, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 windows in
Okay,
my
and
unit.
you okay, and you
oversees.
also said you're on the 5th floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. What time are you usually home in the evenings?
Usually around somewhere between 6 and 7.
Okay, thank you. Do you can you hear patrons, customers talking in the restaurant, since you say you're right near the bar?
No,
You can't hear them?
I cannot. No,
Why would that be?
because
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I'm
Because
not.
what?
I'm sure.
Hold on, sustain. Miss Kramer, he said he can't hear them. I mean, why he can't hear them? I don't. That's not a question. You asked him a question. He said I can't hear. So let's move on now.
Well, he can if he can hear if he can't
He
hear
said,
because his windows are closed. That's relevant, it seems to me.
but Miss Kramer, you asked him
Yes.
a question. Can he hear the noise? He said no. I cannot hear the noise. Would you ask him why can he not hear the noise? I mean, if his windows are, it's irrelevant. If his windows are open, whether or not his windows are open or not, it's irrelevant if he can't hear the noise. So let's move on to another question now.
Okay. Um, okay. Let me ask you finally, how did you come to testify today? Did the establishment reach out to you?
No, Mr. Nixon had reached out to me.
Well, that okay, thank you. And how do you have any do you know the owner or the manager personally?
I know Greg personally, yes.
Say it again.
I know Mr. Caston personally, yes.
You know Mr. Caston personally.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, over the years I've been here, yeah, I do. I mean, I've known Mr. Caston for a number of years because we used to be members of a golf club together.
Say that again. You're in a golf club together?
Christ.
Is that what you said?
Yes, we used to be. Yeah.
You used to be in a golf club together.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so that's how did Mr. Nixon know to reach out to you? I guess that's what I'm asking. Because of that prior relationship?
I'm assuming. I don't know. You'll have to ask him that.
Okay, thank you. And do you? You may have testified before, but I don't know. How often are you a customer at the restaurant?
Like I said, I mean, 2 to 3 times a week.
2 to 3 times a week. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay, I think I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any questions by any board members?
Yes.
Go, Miss Quinn. You're not on camera, so go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Miss Quinn.
Yes. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your testimony correctly. Are there 4 units between the restaurant and your unit?
No. So down below me is the 4th floor. And then down below there should be the 3rd floor. And then there's the actual restaurant.
So there are 2
This building
units.
only has, yeah, correct.
2 units. Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Miss Quinn?
Yes, that's it.
Mr. Grant?
Thank you, sir, for being here. Just got a couple of questions as it relates to your relationship. Do you have any ownership or stake into the restaurant?
I do not.
Okay. I saw that the protestant was, I guess, trying to ascertain, how you got informed about this hearing, and I don't want to deal with that. What I want to deal with is what motivated you or incentivized you to be here. And I'm always curious of that when people testify in support of applicants. They take out of their day, they sit and wait to be called up to speak. You could be anywhere doing anything else, but what motivated you to be here with us today to support the applicant?
I don't think it's a motivation. I think it's just about supporting the community and supporting what is being built here. It's a great establishment. You know, I would not like to see the establishment lose its license or anything like that, but there's no other reason. You're absolutely right. I could be doing something else, like working.
Just one follow-up question. You mentioned the establishment not losing its license. We've established in this hearing that both the protestant and the applicant agree that we will move forward with approving the license. Does that sort of caveat impact your presence here today at all? Are you concerned at all about the limitation that may be put on the application with the conditions of a potential agreement?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other board members? Not having a question. Ms. Kramer, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mixon?
Brief.
Oh, can I, excuse me, I did have a question. You said
All right.
you came out, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
if
ma'am.
If you said you could rather be working, what do you do for a living? Are you working outside of your house? Do you
No,
work?
I'm at home. I'm at home right now.
No. I don't mean that. I mean, do you work
from home, sir?
from your house, or do you have it? Are you gone for most of the day? That's really what I'm asking.
Yeah, I am. I usually leave out on an average, usually around about 6 a.m. And I don't come home until somewhere between 6 and 7.
Thank you.
Is that it, Ms. Kramer?
It is. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Yes, Ms. Sheriff and I, my questions concern the question asked by Board Member Grant, and we just want to clarify to make sure that the record reflects, a correct understanding of the information sought therein. How would you feel if additional restrictions were to be placed on applicant's license, so that, for instance, they operated for a few hours?
I'd be fine with it. I would not have a problem with it.
I mean, such that, how would you feel if the establishment were to operate for less hours and thus
I'm sorry,
have a negative impact on its bottom line?
I mean, if they, if they had to operate at less hours, it would be, sort of like right now, it would stink because there is nowhere else to go when you get home. It would absolutely stink. Where would you go? You'd go to the Navy Yard, go wherever, but yeah, it would absolutely stink if the hours were cut short.
Similarly, if and so it's not your feeling that additional restrictions are needed in any way?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Mixon?
No, applicant rests.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kramer, how many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
I'd like to be able to call Anthony Chase, that's all.
Okay. All right, so it's 3:27. Let's take a break until 3:40. So let's come back on the record at 3:40. 40. Okay? Thank you. We're back in the record. All right, Ms. Kramer, who's your first witness? You're on mute, Ms. Kramer, if you're speaking.
I'm a little confused. Just help me out with the order. You want me to call the witness now, or you want me to give my testimony?
It's your case, ma'am. You tell me the way. If you're calling yourself as a witness, then I need to swear you in, and that Mr. Mixon will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. Or if you want to call Mr. Chase first, and then you go.
I'm not calling myself as a witness. I'm calling myself as the protestant. I will speak as the protestant, but I can.
Hold on, Ms. Kramer.
Okay.
If you're going to give testimony, then you're calling yourself as a witness, and then Mr. Mixon is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you on the testimony that you just gave.
Oh, that's
then
fair.
The board, right. So that's why. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, then I will swear you in, and then you will go. Once you're done, Mr. Mixon will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and then the board will ask you questions. Or if you want to call Mr. Chase now, as your first witness, and then you go second, whichever way you want to present your case. That's your call.
No, that's fine. I just as soon present my case now, and then we can go forward, and I will call Mr. Chase after that. That's just fine.
Can you raise your right hand, ma'am?
Sure.
You swear or affirm you're going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, so go ahead, and then, as I said, once you're done, Mr. Mixon will have an opportunity to cross-examine you.
That's fine. Can I just ask a question of the chair? I understood the last time we've done this, and I say this is not my world, but I thought that as the protestant, I needed to give a full testimony of why we're protesting. But if not, and you want to call me a witness, it's fine. Any way that you want to do it. I'm just a little confused, but I'll go ahead
well, I remember I'd asked you to do an opening statement, and so in your opening statement, you did a short opening statement, which you could state why you were protesting and what you're going to prove. So it's you did give an opening statement, so now you can give your testimony.
Okay.
And as part of that testimony, you can give why you're protesting.
I'll go right ahead. Wow. Okay. Okay, just to say again, I am Frederica Kramer. I'm commissioner of 6007, which is the single-member district in which the point operates, and I'm giving this testimony authorized by the ANC ANC 60 to testify. I will call Anthony Chase, who serves as on the ANC 60's ABC committee and has both experience working with the many months that we tried to work on a settlement agreement, and also lives in the building next door. So I want to make 2 points clear at the outset. The first one is, as the board has now noted and put on the record, our protest is not about whether the restaurant should continue to operate, should continue to get a license. We are genuinely grateful. We recognize that the point created an anchor for the launch of Buzzard Point redevelopment. The community understands its value to the residents, as well as to visitors to Audi Field, to Nats Park, and to what's now a revitalized Anacostia River. We also recognize, and this is very important, that the applicant has a record of operating in conformance with good traffic management and health and safety standards. And we would add also that they didn't tout, but I will, that the restaurants made a unique concession by offering free parking for the first hour for its patrons and $12 for the second hour, and then another discount after that. But my second point is we're here at this protest because at the 11th hour of trying to finalize a voluntary settlement agreement after many months of discussions and mediations, which culminated in what we thought was a mutually agreeable document. Only last September, we found that the proposed hours of operation, which we thought was settled, was a central obstacle. So what I'm trying to detail is the applicant's current renewal request actually expands certain hours beyond what the final order of ABCA board required in 2019 for what was then the new license for the restaurant. and the current request would permit entertainment in exterior spaces until 2 in the morning on weekdays and 3 on the weekends. That is not in concert with the 2 restaurants adjacent to the point and is itself problematic, and that's what I want to talk to you about. To be clear, and we would reference the DC code, the restaurants is appropriate in its current location, no question about that. The hours are not. Why are hours so important? Buzzard Point is primarily a residential neighborhood. The Point is one of the 3 restaurants that occupy the ground floor, to clarify what was stated earlier, of 2100 2nd Street Southwest, and it directly abuts the shoreline of the Anacostia River. The other 2 restaurants are the Brisa El Jefe Taqueria and the Hen Quarter, about which I will speak more. The rest of the ground floor commercial space in the building on the other 3 sides is occupied by DC Central Kitchen for its training and catering services. Only operates in basically the daytime hours. There are no other commercial establishments that generate evening or nighttime activity at this site. Even with the opening of the 3 Everly, Byron, and Colette residences in the stacks across the street, and on the opposite side of the building, they will include commercial spaces, but none of those buildings in the immediate vicinity promise late night activity. More boisterous activity may arise at the north end of the Buzzard Point Peninsula around Audi Field, but it's not here. Upstairs from the point is the River Point Apartments, as you've heard, a 481-unit building where seniors, retirees, working professionals, and families live directly above the restaurant. Those residents depend on quiet evenings and restful nights. It's important to understand, I tried to illustrate this a little bit earlier, that the building is constructed in a kind of letter V shape on the side of the building that houses the restaurants. So there are multiple tiers of apartments that encircle courtyards, several courtyards around that open E area, which means noise can travel upward and be amplified in those what I'm calling atria. I'd be happy to show, for the purpose of imagination, a photo from Google Earth. But that point is critical to residents that live on this side of the building. Noise, traffic, and sidewalk gatherings that persist with late closing hours or beyond become very problematic. There's nothing worse than chit-chat, I can testify personally, chit-chat that pierces the quiet of the dead of a night because everything else has been put to rest. They're not trivial inconveniences. They have real health and quality of life consequences. To its credit, the Point has made some good faith efforts to mitigate the noise, and you've heard some. They've installed a retractable roof over most, but not all, of the summer garden and the outside bar, and they manage noise sound where possible. But even with these steps, noise can't be fully contained when outdoor and entertainment areas are open into the night and patrons gather outside as they leave late at night and are audible to residents upstairs. In this environment, it's only sensible that all 3 restaurants, this is the nub of what we're saying, in the building operate in similar fashion. So as you did for the Brisa, and as our settlement agreement with Hen Quarter shows, the 2 restaurants that are joining the Point, ANC 6D is requesting that the renewal of the Point's license be approved with specific conditions, including limitations on hours of operation, sales and service, and hours of entertainment for both the enclosed and the unenclosed summer gardens. To remind you, the board has imposed such conditions where noise or related impacts disturb nearby residents. Am Duffy or Duffy's Irish Restaurant, case number 13 PRO 00004, has been cited by the ABCA board multiple times in putting conditions on licenses to limited operating hours. Wyoming Cuban Bale, case number Sandbox Restaurant, case number 18 PRO 00081, restricted the sidewalk cafe hours to 11 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends because of its residential proximity. And last year, in the Brisa case number 24 PRO 00112, the board again imposed conditions, quote, in the best interest of the neighborhood. In that case, in the Brisa case, the board required the unenclosed summer garden to close at 10 p.m., while the enclosed area could operate till 2, but prohibited any amplified sound outside. The Point's current application, in contrast, requests that the hours of sales and entertainment be outside of the Summer Garden 12 Sunday through Thursday and 2 Friday and Saturday, and inside 2 till 2 Sunday through Thursday and till 3 Friday and Saturday. That would actually increase the hours allowed in the original 2019 order for the Point, which requires operation and entertainment in the Summer Garden to end at 12 a.m., but only 1 a.m. on Friday. And let me say, to correct the record of what was stated or testified to earlier, the 2019 order did have conditions, and I've just said the most important one to what we're dealing with now. The Point also holds endorsements for a cover charge, dancing and entertainment, and the latter could include the Summer Garden, the entertainment, which heightens the potential for noise and disruption late at night, both inside and as patrons leave and wait for transportation and chatter. The headquarters has had a successful settlement agreement with ANC 60 since 2024, which has given us a lot of experience with noise issues that affect the residents in the immediate area, and it's allowed us to remedy the disturbances. I'm commissioner for this area, as I said, 6007, and I've had to respond on multiple occasions to resident complaints of noise and traffic issues from the restaurant, but they've been very quickly corrected by their management because of their commitment to the settlement agreement. Please note also that the applicant cannot provide attestations to the absence of complaints. If the applicant can't provide attestations to the absence of complaints from the residents, it's also likely because their website says they're currently operating with 10 p.m. closings. And as the witness testified earlier, they sometimes stay open a little later, but nowhere close to what would be allowed on this application unless you impose conditions on it. The Breezer hasn't opened yet, but will be opening shortly. You may recall that ANC 60 protested that license on the issue of peace, order, and quiet, and the final order, which I've just noticed, restricts the restaurant's operation in the unenclosed space to 10 p.m. and enclosed space to 2 a.m., recognizing that noise and traffic were issues that needed to be controlled once it opened. And to repeat, headquarter interior operations also close at 12 on weekdays and 2 on Friday and Saturdays. The hours imposed on both Breezer and headquarter reflect the adjustments that the ABCA board has recognized are necessary to manage noise from interior operations and entertainment, and we're seeking to maintain that balance and consistency in this residential setting. So the ANC requests that the board adopt the following reasonable and precedent-supported conditions. Hours of operation inside, Sunday through Thursday to 12 a.m. and Friday through Saturday to 2 a.m. Hours of entertainment inside, Sunday through Thursday, 6 to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 6 to 11 p.m. The hours of the Summer Garden, where the enclosed bar area, Sunday to Thursday to 10 and Friday and Saturday to 12, and the hours of the Summer Garden unenclosed, Sunday through Sunday, all week to 10 p.m., excuse me. These conditions are consistent with the nearby restaurants and they're protective of the residents. They're not punitive. They represent common sense limits designed to ensure that a business can thrive without diminishing the neighborhood's viability. And perhaps most important, they reflect the hours that the Point is currently mostly operating on, which is closing at 10, as described in Exhibit 2, which we did post, which shows that they close at 10. ANC has negotiated in good faith with the Point and has made clear that hours of operation are the central issue because they affect quality of life. Allowing operations till 3 in the morning would set a precedent for this residentially anchored neighborhood and undermine the protections intended in the alcohol regulations. Let me also call your attention to the final order for the Breezer, which limited cover charges events to 5 times a year, required notice on their website to invite patrons to use the 2nd Street to access the restaurant, and disallows speakers outside. It also limited occupancy to some extent. So obviously, ABCA has recognized the potential disturbance to nearby residents in their decision. We expect that ABCA, in developing the final order for this restaurant, The Point, will also reflect the limitations on operations, including numbers of patrons, amplified sound, and cover charges that the board recognized impact resident well-being. In closing, this is not about whether The Point should continue. We've already accepted that, and that's the record. That's not what we're talking about. We are talking about how it operates and should continue to operate within this largely isolated residential neighborhood. Reasonable limits on hours are the fairest and most effective means of ensuring that commerce and community coexist. The Point, my last point, The Point should not be viewed as a special case, but rather a good neighbor in a restaurant that will soon have more eateries and more applications to ABCA. And this license will become precedent for the new establishments to continue common sense operations in this residential enclave. And we would therefore have no need to come before the board again to reconsider the standards that will make the new folks good neighbors as well. We urge the board to adopt the proposed operating times as a condition of the renewal. I thank you for considering our concerns and hope they'll be reflected in the final order. This is the end of my argument, and I thank you for your attention. Look forward to questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kramer, in your understanding of the investigative history of the establishment, were there any investigative efforts or ABCA violations concerning violations of the ABC law on noise?
I don't think we have anything that contradicts your testimony about existing violations. What I do think, and maybe I would, the chair would commit me when Mr. Chase testifies, or now, we do have audio tape of or video to show where the speakers are and to clarify that, because it came up earlier, and I think that would help the board understand what the concerns are.
The discussion earlier about the conversation from late night establishments, is this a hypothetical?
It's not hypothetical, and I don't live in the River Point. It's not hypothetical where I live, which is closer to 4th Street. I can tell you that at night, when nothing's going on, it is dead silence, and when you have a gaggle of people chatting and waiting for a lift service or whatever it is, that noise is piercing, and that's really what we're concerned about. It's about people, about sort of the bleed out from an establishment when you're dealing with very late hours. That's the issue. That's that issue that you're talking about.
Do you recall from Mr. Caston's testimony earlier, in terms of the establishment's use of its fully approved hours, him saying that these were that they only actually took advantage of these hours on certain occasions and not a regular basis?
I'm not sure that I understand your question. An order says what the hours are. It doesn't say maybe they'll be different on some occasions. The order has to be clear about what's allowed. It doesn't matter whether they. The order has to be clear about what's allowed. It's not fungible.
Let me amend my question. Whatever impact could be attributed to the noise of patrons leaving an establishment, if there was such an impact, this would only be infrequent, correct?
Again, it's not a question of infrequent or frequent. The board has to set the parameters and set the parameters that will work no matter how frequently or infrequently it happens. You don't set parameters that say, well, maybe, generally this is what you can do, but occasionally you can do something else. That doesn't make sense. It's not the way law is written. It's not the way an establishment or the community can address it. They have to be clear about what's allowed. And we're not, again, the other thing I would say to you is we're not suggesting that that there are enormous restrictions. 2 o'clock in the morning is late at night, but we're saying not 3 o'clock in the morning. And I also, maybe I'll say it again for the record, because somebody stated, it may have been you, I don't know, said that there were no conditions in the 2019 order. There are 5 conditions in the 2019 order. One relates to maximum capacity and occupancy, and one relates to amplified sound being heard when how you can hear sound as the law permits. But the two conditions of those 5 that are absolutely relevant to this discussion. Number 3, the entertainment hours of all exterior seating shall end at 12 a.m. weekdays, Sunday through Thursday, and 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. And number 4 is the hours of operation for all exterior seating areas shall end at 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. So let me say again what I said in the testimony. This is extending those hours, not pulling them back. That's the order that exists for that was promulgated in 2019, and that's all we're asking for. It's not a big deal. It's not a big contraction, but it's a reasonable contraction. And we're also trying to say that they should operate the same way as their neighboring restaurants are operating. And in addition, we're making the point that there are several commercial establishments that will come online and come for liquor licenses in the near future. We just opened 3 residential buildings right across the street. They have a lot of commercial space on the ground level. They're going to come to you, and all these liquor licenses should be fair across all the vendors, all the providers. They should be fair.
Commissioner Kramer, you've referenced that there's multiple residential properties development in the community. Are there also a number of businesses?
No, there are not a number of businesses. Let me be clear again. In this building, the place that faces the water, there are 3 restaurants. That's it. The rest of the grounds, all of the three
Allow me to amend my
perimeters
question.
of the ground floor of this building are all DC Central Kitchen. They don't operate at night. That's that building. Across the street, across First Street, there's a condominium which has no ground floor, no commercial space at all. And then across the street, across V Street going north, there are 3 new buildings, the Everett, the Byron, and the Colette. That's part of the so-called Stacks project. And they have several ground floor spaces. They are with the exception of one, I think, which is kind of a local pickup market mostly for the residents, or entirely for the residents. None of those are occupied yet. So I'm guessing, I don't know. I know that they're going to be, they would hope to have, I don't know what they're doing, but from other conversations, I think they're trying to get sort of neighborhood serving stuff in there, whatever that is. So, but one or more of those spaces may want to serve alcohol, and they'll come to you. And they'll come to not you, but they'll come to ABCA.
So you'd agree that there are both residential and commercial uses in this area?
I think I've said that clearly. Let me say it again. These are mixed-use developments, but they are ground floor, minimal spaces on the ground floor. These are not major commercial operations. That's not what the southern end of Buzzard Point is like. The southern end of Buzzard Point is a very quiet residential area. In fact, the Stacks was originally going to be, have other things. It is now all residential. So this is a residential area with what is commonly developed in the current design of new development. There are ground floor spaces that are used for different functions, and in this case, they're sort of looking for locally serving activities.
Could you please tell us the ANC's motivations or intentions in pursuing this protest?
The ANC's motivation is to not have something that is not consistent across all of these spaces, so that we can control the influx of noise and traffic and the use of these spaces for the residents. The motivation is it's a residential area. It's a residential enclave, really enclave. It's bordered on two sides by Fort McNair and the river. It's a narrow peninsula, and it's all residential.
And in order to achieve such consistency, was the ANC's intention that that the point enter into a settlement agreement with it?
That was the original intention, and we thought we were going to be successful. And we worked for many months with I don't know how many times we went to mediation, and we went with discussions, and we worked very hard trying to get a settlement agreement which would have settled this. And let me say again, as I said in the testimony, we're not trying to constrict or we're trying to support this restaurant, which we have. My testimony says, I've said it before in other contexts, we have supported this restaurant. It created the anchor for the redevelopment of Buzzard Point, and apparently we've all eaten there. I don't know, I haven't taken a poll, but this is not about not supporting the operations of the restaurant.
Is it true that the point is approximately 2 blocks from Audi Field?
It's let me think. It's about 3 blocks from Audi Field, and they're very long blocks.
Apologies on the inaccuracy, but also is Nationals Park a few more blocks
Nats
from there?
Park is in Navy Yard. It's not. Yes, I mean, what do you want to know? Navy Yard is across the river. It's a very different, very different neighborhood, very different population, and it's not it's not very quiet. This is very quiet. It's a very different personality with the River Point. I'm sorry, with Buzzard Point and Navy Yard.
I asked this to say, would it be fair to say that there are substantial commercial uses within neighboring blocks?
No, it would not be fair. It's not fair. As I said to you, there are these 3 restaurants, and there are several spaces. I haven't counted them. Small spaces, several small spaces in the Stacks complex, in those that are the ground floor of those 3 new residences. And in fact, one of the hopes of the ANC residents is that some kind of a small grocery will go into one of those spaces. And in fact, they're small enough that they won't, that it's a struggle to get somebody into that space. There's only one, I believe there's only one commercial space currently occupied, and it's basically a single room, if I can describe it that way, where the residents, I don't think it's open to the public. I don't think you can get in without a residential card. And it's, you can pick up drinks and chips and that kind of thing. These are very small spaces. There are no big spaces. The Point is the largest of all of these spaces, and nothing comes even close to that. This is not a burgeoning commercial area, I wouldn't say, but I don't have the floor plans in front of me, so I can't quote you square footage. They're very small spaces.
No further questions.
I have some questions I want to ask you, Ms. Kramer. I've been on, I guess I've been on this board long enough, and I've been chair of this board since 2017. And so I hear you talking about a 2019 agreement. And so I, as board chair, the concept of the board of the point was presented to the board prior to there being residents there. And I heard the arguments that were being made by the ANC commissioner at the time about future residents. But I think one of the things I'm confused about, and I don't have the 2019 order, I'm looking at Exhibit 44, and Exhibit 44, which is the current hours of approved operation. So maybe something is amiss because from looking at Exhibit 44, it says that the operation is Sunday through Thursdays from 7 to 2, and Friday and Saturday it's from 7 to 3. Sales is Sunday through Thursday from 8 to 2, and then Friday and Saturdays from 8 to 3, and entertainment is Sunday through Thursday from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. and then Friday and Saturday from 6 to 3. And then I think for the summer garden, it's Sunday operation is Sunday through Saturday. Well, Sunday through Thursday from 7 to 12, and then Friday from 7 to 2, and sales is Sunday through Thursday from 8 to 12, and then Friday from 8 to 2. Those are the hours that I'm from Exhibit 44 to say those are the current hours those are the current approved hours of the establishment. So, but that's not there's a different set of hours that you are speaking about. You said from 2019, and I'm trying to see what the disconnect is.
Okay, I appreciate it, and it's very confusing. Let me say two things. If I call Anthony Chase as a witness, he's been looking at he will have more of the, I hope, of the sort of internal detail of this. I think what you're reading is not the current hours, but I don't know what exhibit. I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit list with me. But
Exhibit 44 is the current.
This is what I have. What you just read, and I could be wrong. What I have which is consistent with what you just read, is the application for the renewal. It's dated 3/14/2025.
But what I'm reading, it's the license that was issued. It says March 5th, 2025, and those are the hours that are listed on the license that they have.
Is that a provisional license prior to the this whole process of trying to develop this settlement agreement and so forth? Because I'm just confusing. What you're reading is identical to what I have that's dated 3/14/2025, but that's the application for the hours. That's the first point. Second point is, even as I said, I'll have to try to see if Anthony Chase can. I'm hoping he's still there. Can clarify this, but could remove the confusion. But even the hours that I'm looking at don't. We're again saying we want the conditions to say no, please don't operate till 3 a.m. I mean, it's the same point. So we're still coming back to this board to ask for somewhat we consider minor restrictions and some consistency with what's going to happen down the line as the two restaurants that their neighbors operate. One of them operates much more restrictively than this, and other businesses may come online or come on board in the near future. So whatever it is, I mean, I can't respond to you except to say I can follow the hours because it's exactly what I have in front of me, but that's their application.
And which is I guess what you're saying is the placard notice is the hours that they're currently approved to operate. But I'm asking these questions because I said before when this license was first presented to the board in 2019 when it was just a concept. I heard the arguments about noise and why we should restrict the hours, why we should restrict the capacity. But now this restaurant is operated. It was issued in 2019. The testimony was that it's been operating since 2021. And so why should we restrict the hours? I mean, what is it? The question I'm asking you is, tell me, because this is what you're asking us to do because of noise. So where are the noise complaints that were filed? Yeah, and so tell me because you're complaining about noise. You're saying that we should restrict the hours because of noise, but their record though, since operation, is that there's no. It doesn't appear, at least from from ABCA's records, that there are some substantiated noise complaints regarding the operation of this establishment. So, what is it that? Give me something that give me a reason to change what the current hours are.
Okay. Let me remind you, as their website, as our Exhibit 2 states, and has been essentially attested to today, they have been operating with essentially a 10, 11 o'clock closing. So when you look at a record of 2 years or 3 years or whatever you want to say since they opened their doors, I can't tell you which that is, nor did we have a clear sense of that. You're talking about an establishment that's never approached those hours. So of course you don't have any complaints for people that were making noise at 2 and 3 in the morning during the week, because they weren't doing that. Their website is very clear. That's what Exhibit 2 said. Mr. Caston said that sometimes he operates, later on some special thing. And I said, fine, the hours that we're proposing that you adopt would allow that. But we don't want to have this restaurant open till 3 in the morning. We don't want it to have put constraints on other establishments that are working, and we don't want to create a precedent for when other establishments come on board, that it's okay, they can operate till 3 in the morning. The bottom line is, this is a quiet residential area. It is not a big commercial area. It is not. And there's nothing in the plan that we can see that would allow for that. There is nothing on the ground floor moving around to Half Street with the buildings that are up. The Watermark has a school in the basement, in the ground floor. The Verge doesn't have anything there. And as you get further, that's what I said, at the north end of Buzzard Point, of the peninsula, there's going to be hopping activity. And as those lots that really look toward, not they're not there, but look toward Navy Yard or Nats Park, that's going to be much more active. This part is not active. Where you're talking is the bottom of the tip of the Buzzard Point Peninsula. It's a quiet residential enclave. That's what it is. And if they wanted to do something differently, they would have established much bigger spaces, much bigger spaces in the Stacks development. They just opened that in the last several months. They're very small areas. They're not looking to do, major commercial activity. And the other thing about it is, which we're not dealing with here, but the place, one of the reasons that we got it's concessions, essentially, if you want to call it that, on the Breeza, putting on their website and telling their patrons to use 2nd Street, and it's because First Street, the other side of the building where the headquarters gets conglommed with traffic. I have had lots of complaints about the fact that the residents in the next building, which is called the Peninsula, can't get into their garage because the road is blocked. So I'm just trying to give you a sense of this is a very quiet commercial area. We love the Point, if I may say, but we're not trying to constrain their business. We're trying to do something that reflects essentially how they operate and how they've been operating, and reflects the neighborhood and sets a good precedent for whenever you get the next set of licenses. I don't know when you will do that. This is a different area. That 3-block or so area is a very quiet residential area with two in and one way in and one way out, essentially. 2nd Street and Half Street. That's it.
And I'm not contesting what you're stated. I'm just, as I stated, I've been on this board long enough that when the Point was first presented, it was a concept because there were no residents. The residents didn't exist, and I recall the argument by the ANC commissioner at that time was very similar to the future residents. And so that's one of the reasons why I believe the board had came up with a set of hours. We had agreed to reduce the capacity because I think initially there was a larger capacity that was being asked for. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is that where is it that, and these are the hours that were approved, and they elect to shorten their hours.
Let me say it. Let me respond to you sort of differently. The commissioner, our commissioner, testified at the moment. You're quite right. I've got the thing in front of me, and I've got your order includes the references the arguments are made. They were right, and based on those arguments, the board chose to constrain the hours somewhat. That's why the order exists as I have in the testimony stated, and I've just read it again to you. So they constrained it, and the Point, which is now operating apparently successfully, is used by all kinds of people all the time, is okay with that. They're nothing that you have heard from them or from my experience as an ANC commissioner, as a resident, has seen that there are any problems with that. And if they choose to operate occasionally with longer hours, we see that's okay too. All we're suggesting to you is something that says 3 o'clock in the morning is going to be too late, and don't do that. And everything else will be operating successfully. That's all we're asking. We didn't put any. We had lots of things that we could have put in to sort of trim or make explicit the settlement agreement. Settlement agreements, as I understand it, are favored by the ABCA because you don't have to go back. I certainly appreciate that from the other end. You don't have to keep going back. A settlement agreement sits there and it's okay. We would have been fine with the settlement agreement. We also would have been fine with the hours that we negotiated the settlement agreement, which is why I tried to characterize how extremely surprised we were when we met with them over months and mediated, and we were all set, and all of a sudden the hours came up. They were never questioned. Through all of the machinations and negotiations that happened before that, we never knew that was a problem. So we're not asking for that much. We're asking for something that doesn't seem to crimp their style, that respects this particular enclave, which is different from the north end of Buzzard Point, entirely different. It's not the Navy Yard. It's a quiet residential enclave, with some very modest, if I could say that, commercial enterprises, and these 3 restaurants.
All right, any questions by any other board member? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Apologies. First, Ms. Kramer, thank you for your service as an ANC. I'm a former ANC myself, so I understand the work that goes into preparing for situations like this. So thank you for your service. And I want to say also, I know you mentioned that this is not your wheelhouse, but you're doing a pretty good job. So thank you for your service.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I
I
never
had
feel that way. Thank you.
I got a couple of questions in two different areas. I want to start with sort of the back and forth that you've had with the chair about the area and the point. You mentioned that the point is the largest in terms of structure of the restaurants, correct? Of all the ones that we're talking.
Of space. Is that
Space,
what
yes,
you
of
mean?
space.
Yeah.
You're
I
correct.
think
Yes, of space.
I believe, well, I don't know. Let me clarify. I don't actually know. I don't know square footage because when the I haven't, first of all, looked in the, physically gone into the space that the Brisa occupies, and they have two levels of outside space, which they didn't have on the original plans. And so, I mean, but the if you look at their occupancy numbers, the point is the largest. I think that's right.
Got you, the largest. And it's also understood that they are also the first of the establishments that were in that particular corridor, as far as restaurants are concerned.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so the largest and the first. Given that the hours are different from the surrounding establishments, I guess it's in your judgment that if there were another establishment to come along, that this would now set the precedence for hours of any new establishments, given the fact that they're the first and the largest?
I'm not sure I understand what the connection is with the first and the largest, but I would say that if you allow one restaurant, I mean, one provider to have a 3 o'clock closing, others could argue that.
Okay. All right. In a different area, the witness that came earlier, and his name is escaping me. His first name is Henry, so forgive me if I don't have his last name. But he was the resident that testified in support of the applicant. He mentioned that he lived on top of the property. Normally, we take into great consideration those who live closest to the establishment in question. Is there any reason why you would believe that, maybe his testimony or his perspective might have blind spots that he's not aware of, that maybe you and those who also oppose the hours have a better perspective on?
Well, it's very possible. I think that's what I was trying to describe. The building, I'm sorry you don't have a picture of it. The building that the way the building is constructed that faces the river is an E. In other words, they're open atria. If you can picture it, if you can picture a floor plan where the E is open. He's not on those corridors or atria. So what we are saying is sound because they're open. If you can picture it, that there are a bunch of apartments that are around the first two arms of the E, and there are a bunch of apartments around the second two arms of the E, right? And so those are sound tunnels in effect, right?
Okay.
He's not there. He's on Second Street. So he did say that he has a corner apartment, but he's not on the V. The place that's particularly, I'm sorry, not on the V, excuse me, not on the E. So the structure of the building that's particularly worrisome is which is where these three restaurants are. That's the full perimeter of that side of the building. It's an E, so it creates potentially these sound tunnels that radiate up. When I asked about how they measure it and all the questions that I asked earlier about how they measure the sound, and did they have measurements up there? That's what all of us would like to know, right? Because that's where you'll hear the radio, the increase amplified sound. But he's not there. He's on Second Street.
One final question. As a commissioner, whether it be your capacity as a single member district representative or with the ANC as a commission as a whole, did you all have any communication or outreach to the residents that live on top of the establishment in question, and what was that communication like?
I didn't. I thought about doing a survey or something, and I didn't have the moment to do that. So we didn't do that. I knew about other complaints that have been fairly common, fairly frequent, I should say, with the peninsula across the street, which is why I know when I said I had a lot of experience with, because I was the ANC commissioner, the local commissioner, with the hen quarter, and there were a lot of multiple times when the sound would carry, when we had to call the management and say close the windows or whatever the issue was, and so I'm aware that can happen. I haven't had it. I haven't tried to do a survey of the residents in River Point.
Just one quick follow-up, and I promise I'm done after this. Um, could you confirm or determine if it was likely that any of those residents attended the ANC meeting, whether it was a virtual meeting or in person?
I have no idea. I've never actually looked at the. First of all, I don't know whether we can actually. We've not met we met in person a couple of times this year. We're still on virtual basically.
Okay.
And I don't know whether we can see when somebody tunes in, whether we can see what their identity is, because I don't manage the meetings. I was chair last year. I'm not chair anymore. I'm treasurer, but I can't answer your question.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for your time again and your service, Mr. Chair. No further questions from me.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Meadows and then Ms. Quinn.
Hello, Dr. Kramer. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Always good to see you. Of course, you and I have worked on several projects in the past. I used to be a resident of 6D, and so I thank you for that. On this issue here, it seems to me that it's at one point you were mentioning that peninsula, the point itself, is you called it a quiet residential neighborhood, and then at another point you called it a quiet commercial neighborhood. I think it is a mixed use neighborhood. As you know, when the order was produced by the board in 2019, those conditions were met. As the chairman Anderson said, that at that time it was all hypothetical. But now the point has been in operation for a couple of years now, and here they are coming for renewal. You have been now an elected ANC commissioner for a good few years now. And so I wanted to ask you, I don't see in your PIP any, as you were mentioning about the Mr. Stickney's monitoring of the decibel levels, if he had any records of that. But I'm asking if you have any records or any emails that you can provide from the residents complaining about the noise.
I have, Mr. Chase has a video. I think it's a video of recording the noise outside going toward the river. So he does have that. We didn't put it, wasn't aware of it, and we didn't put it in as an exhibit, but yes, he has something that would tell you exactly, if the chair will permit me to.
Well, when he testifies, he can certainly testify against that.
Okay.
But as an ANC commissioner, you must receive phone calls and emails on a whole myriad of issues about things and that residents have complaints about.
I haven't received multiple complaints at the point, and others have testified sort of related to that. But what I would say to you is what I've said just a little while earlier. They have not been operating late at night until 3 o'clock in the morning. So even though we have what's now apparently 4 years of
But they've been
police
operating till
officer.
2 in the morning. They've been operating till 2 in the
No, they
morning.
have. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that. I don't believe that from either what their website says, nor having been there. I don't go every day, so I
But a
don't know.
website is
The
a
kitchen has.
website can be changed in a day. A
No,
website,
let me.
just like the fish of the day, can be changed every daily. You know, in the hours, summer hours are different than a winter hour, obviously. I was just trying to see if you had substantial evidence to show that many neighbors are upset concerning the noise
No.
complaints. Okay,
Let me.
and so now I
Let me.
wanted to go on and discuss the hours. So obviously you have major concerns about the 3 a.m. hours that they are seeking. The hen operates till 2, is that correct?
No, the hen quarter closes at, hang on a second.
Okay.
The hen quarter outside space closes Monday to Sunday at 10. Recorded music closes Sunday until 10 o'clock, and Friday and Saturday they operate till 2 in the interior space. Monday to on the interior space they close Monday to the weekdays at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay, so
Their entertainment more than that.
2 on the inside.
Wait, and their entertainment. Just one more thing, and their entertainment is Monday to Sunday, closes at 11. So they're not doing any live entertainment after 11 o'clock.
And the entertainment on the weekends?
Well, Monday to Sunday, so that's the whole week.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, till 11. Yeah.
And that was negotiated with settlement agreement with 6D. And Burisma, do you have a settlement agreement with the third restaurant?
Breeza?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we don't have a settlement agreement. We protested it and went through a process like this. And
Okay.
and their restrictions from the board are the enclosed space is the same thing, 2 a.m. And the unenclosed is 10 p.m. And they have there are no speakers outside.
No speaker, that I do remember. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I appreciate your times and your efforts. I thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other, Ms. Quinn?
Yes, Commissioner, I would preface this by saying I have a lot of sympathy for resident experiences in situations like this. I live right next to a restaurant that is bustling, so I get it. That said, I've got some serious questions about some of what I've heard today, because I think what I got from the testimony was this sense that it's impossible for the board to consider cases on a case-by-case basis. And that if we make a decision here, that has to apply to everybody else who comes along. And I don't see it like that. I look at it like it's possible to look at a business such as this that seems to have a history of being a good neighbor, being a responsive neighbor. We don't see the complaints that you feared. And even on these occasions when they're open later than is advertised on their website, we still don't have those complaints. So I don't know. It's just it's a real challenge for me here, because part of me says, isn't this the kind of business you would want to give a chance to? Isn't this the kind of business that may have established that they are responsible enough to respond well should there be issues going forward? That's kind of where I'm stuck. Do you have any arguments that you've not already made that might address that concern for me?
Well, I mean, I feel so convinced about one thing that I'll say it again with apologies. We don't, you don't, nobody has any evidence of what would happen at 3 o'clock or even 2 o'clock in the morning because they haven't been operating that way. And so all we have is a restaurant which is very responsible. We're not talking about any of the, all the other, a lot of peripheral areas that we put in settlement agreements. We understand that. We're happy with that. All we are talking about is the only evidence that any of us have is a restaurant that has been closing early.
No, I'm sorry. I've already heard this argument, but also that isn't the only evidence. We also have evidence that this is a business that has been incredibly responsive to neighborhood concerns and that has, by and large, followed the rules.
Well, I'm not sure how to respond to you. We don't have evidence about what happens at 2 or 3 in the morning. We just don't. And we can all agree to that because they have not, I didn't say closing early, very early. I'm saying they're not operating late. In terms of your other question, I think what you asked about is would it create precedence? It seems to me that if we've selected one restaurant that is not operating with the constraints that their neighbor restaurants in exactly the same place do operate on, then I would say we're all speculating, but I would say, of course, it risks precedent, and that's what you want to avoid. And I would say what I said to Board Member Meadows, that this is a different area from the north of Buzzard Point. It's a very different area. And I don't know how to say that to be persuasive, but it is. I mean, this is a very narrow peninsula. It's only that this area right exactly where we are has no further development possible except the ground floor, those small spaces in the stacks in the three new buildings, because right next to that is the Buzzard Point the old steam plant, which is landmarked and is going to be with Pepco forever. So nothing's happening down here except these 3 restaurants and whatever those little small spaces produce. So I would hope that they're going to have more potential for annoyance up there because of the way, which is very beautiful in my humble personal opinion, the way it's been designed, but it'll really create noise sound channels upward because of the way it's designed. So I don't know whether they're going to put in a small bar or a small what do you call it? A coffee house with which will need a liquor license to jack up the coffee. I don't know, but that's my judgment would be yes, you're creating a special case. And what I tried to say is that the point which we are extremely supportive of. I tried to say that in my testimony. I tried to say it. I've eaten there multiple times. That's not what this is about. We are very respectful of the point. We're just trying to create the kind of parameter that we think would work for them and would work for what follows them. That's it.
Okay. Well, since we're reiterating things, I'll just reiterate that. I'll reiterate that my belief that it's possible to consider if another business comes along with an application, it's very possible for us to consider the fact that that is a business where we don't have this relationship of trust. We don't have this evidence of how they behave in certain circumstances with neighbors and as a good neighbor, and that we might need to view the restrictions on that business through that lens. So thank you for entertaining my questions. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Mixon, any redirect based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kramer, do you need to further expound on anything that you need to say before? This is not testifying. Normally, if you had an attorney representing yourself, I would have given that attorney an opportunity to give you an opportunity to clarify any statements that you need to make. So do you need to, did you believe that you clarify everything you wanted to say based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I hope without irritating the board to say something that I've already said. I don't want to irritate them further if they are irritated, so I won't say that, but I would like to call Mr. Chase, if I could.
All right, it's fine.
If
All
you're
right,
up to
that's
that.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chase, can you come on camera, please?
He's not physically with where I am, so I don't know what his status is. He's supposed to be.
Well, he's on my screen. I'm just asking him to come on camera.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Chase, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you're a witness.
Okay. I'm looking for. Mr. Chase, could you state your name for the record, spell your name, and tell us your relationship to this inquiry?
Anthony Chase, that's ANTHONY CHASE, and the ANC 6D07 ABC committee member.
Thank you. And how long have you been an ABC committee member? How long have you been working on this project, on this case?
I've been an ABC committee member for about 1.5 years and been working on this case for about almost a year, 1.5 years.
Well, I appreciate your diligence. I would like to, if the chair would permit me, to ask him to show a piece on the Points virtual tour, which captures the amount of unenclosed service areas with speakers. This came up before, and he apparently, you can see if he will post that or share the screen, whatever it is, you will see the speakers that project outward, not toward the building.
Is this is this part of your exhibit?
No, we did not put it in the exhibit. Didn't occur to me that it would become an issue, but it was raised before, and we do have the pictorial illustration of what we're trying to communicate.
Mr. Mixon?
Applicant objects. The regulations are clear on the discovery deadline, especially in light of a case that's been continued as many times as this one.
So why did you not, if this is a piece of evidence that you thought was important, why was this information not disclosed?
Well, I actually wasn't aware that we had the evidence, and it came up today, and so we do have evidence which we could share with the board. If we can't share it, they can go to the Points virtual tour and see it. Presumably, they can find the same evidence, and I would direct them. I would hope that they would consult that virtual tour that's on the website. It's on the internet.
But why is this information? Why is this relevant? I mean, I know you're making the argument about noise, but there's no, at least the record doesn't support noise complaints. And so you're saying the speaker, why is this relevant to this case?
Well, I think we keep coming, I lost my screen for a moment. I'm trying to find it. I think we come back to the same point, which is what evidence do we have that we don't have a lot of complaints? And my point has been, we don't have a lot of complaints because they're not operating late into the night that would create these kinds of complaints. That's we're we're sort of repeating the same thing, and I can't say it any more clearly. But that's where we are up to. That's what we're looking at. So
I'm not. It's you're speculating. Because as stated before, I mean, when this license was first issued, it was a concept, and so at that time, the board was open to speculate about noise and what might happen when the residents are actually living there. But now they've had a license for 6 years, so I'm not going so I'm not going to allow that. So I'm not going to allow you to introduce that evidence since it's not in the record. So let's move on.
Okay. Well, with respect, again, we're not talking about. We're finding it. We're looking for evidence that we don't have because it hasn't been operating that well. I wanted to ask you, and the answer will probably, you will say the same, that Mr. Chase also has a video that shows the speakers not only mounted outside, but they're audible beyond the premises, what was raised. The question was raised was, does it matter? Because you can't hear anything beyond, and therefore, and we have no response. So on the first question, we have no complaints. On the complaints, I've answered it, and we're everybody's free to accept their to be persuaded or not. You haven't had complaints because they're not operating typically at those late hours. And the other question was, do the speakers matter? And he's got evidence that shows that the speakers are in fact not just pointed outside, but are audible outside. But if we can't, it's our mistake. It's our mistake, and I apologize for not being aware of the evidence at the time and not putting into the exhibits. So I'll learn.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. The issue is that it's not in. You didn't. If it was disclosed, of course, council probably would have object to it, and then I would say, okay, it was disclosed, so all right. But it's not disclosed. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not allowing this new evidence to come in the record, because it has not been disclosed pursuant to the guidelines. All right.
I appreciate it, and I stand slightly. I am blushing because we didn't do it the right way. So I apologize to myself and you.
All right. Do you have any other questions you have for Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Chase?
Chase. I'm just trying to see. I think that I don't have any further questions except to thank him for hanging in this long.
Mr. Mixon, do you have any questions for Mr. Chase?
No, Mr. Chair.
I can't.
Any board members that, Mr. Chase has been here all day, and so any board members have any questions for Mr. Chase?
Thank you all. Goodbye.
I just want to ask a quick question, Mr. Chase. You're not. Hold on. This is a question I'm going to ask you because I went back to the 2019 order, and there was an ANC Commissioner Anthony Dale. That's not you. That's not you? Is that correct?
No,
that's correct.
It's the same first name, so I just want to make sure. So you're not okay. All right. Okay.
You're not Corley either, correct?
Corley, well, we know that Commissioner Farley has moved on to a greater life, and so as I stated, I was the chair of the board, and she made the arguments, and again, the arguments that she made at the time were that, I mean, the point was just a concept. There were no residents, there were no buildings, there were no okay, so there was not a restaurant, there were no residents there. It was just a concept. And so of course at that time we allowed speculation about what the noise for the future residents, and so And anyway, so that's the difference. But anyway, Mr. Chase, thank you very much for being here today. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So Ms. Kramer, do you rest?
I do. I've lost my screen for the hearing, and I'm sorry. I don't know why
What do
that's
you mean?
happened. But anyway, you can see me. You can see me.
Yes, I can see
That's
you. So I can I guess we're ready. We're gonna do closing. Do you guys want to take maybe a 5-10 minute break and then we'll do closing, or are you ready to move forward?
If the protestants agree, I'd like to move immediately to closing statements.
All right. Okay. Mr. Mixon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the decision here is straightforward. The testimony proffered here today unambiguously supports the unconditional renewal of the points license. Mr. Casson is a seasoned operator with substantial experience running ABC licensed establishments throughout the District of Columbia. He's nearly 5 years of operating the point with a near spotless investigative history, have produced no adverse impacts on the peace, order, and quiet of the Buzzard Point neighborhood, and the business is clearly a productive, appreciated member of the community, as Mr. Fanati's testimony has informed us. The record shows the point's current method of operations, including its specific hours of operation and sound output that have been approved by the board, have not been detrimental to the community, even to the residents most proximate to it. Additional restrictions are not needed when a licensee demonstrates that it can successfully abide by the approved terms of its license, and the point has demonstrated that with its operations both over the last renewal period and really for the entirety of the lifetime. As Chair Anderson pointed out, the hours that are currently reflected on their license are more expansive than those imposed by the conditions of the order number 2019-448. So clearly the board has determined previously that they can that they met their responsibilities under those prior terms and could operate free and clear of some of them. The protestants have simply not made the case for the restrictions they seek. The case they presented today lacked anything in the way of testimony or evidence of any specific identifiable adverse impacts on peace, order, and quiet, and was largely based on broad speculative claims about potential impacts, including those of future operators of this location, which is not something that's within the board's scope to review in deciding whether to renew an existing license. In place of the direct evidence of adverse impacts on the statutory appropriateness standards, Commissioner Kramer has repeatedly stated in her representations to Investigator Pratt, which can be found in the protest report, and in her testimony that the ANC's only real goal in pursuing this protest was to secure a settlement agreement to impose uniform terms on all licensed establishments in the area. The ABC statute and the board precedent are completely clear. A protestant seeking a settlement agreement in the absence of specific appropriateness issues is not sufficient grounds to even initiate a protest, let alone function as a basis for the board to impose conditions. And I thank Member Quinn for articulating the principle that it's the board's job to make decisions on a case-by-case basis. Not every operator is the same, and thus they are all deserving of judgment on their individual merits. The point has performed its responsibilities admirably, more so than many of the establishments, which, some of which the board does find are deserving of conditions based on their performance. But when so few, if any, reasons can be shown that the establishment is not appropriate under the currently approved terms, the choice is clear. And so we ask that the board renew the restaurant license without any additional conditions. Thank you.
Ms. Kramer?
Yes, I've lost my picture, so I apologize if this doesn't fit in, but you said you can see me, so that's all. I guess that's important. Thank you, Chair Anderson and the members of the board for the opportunity to present ANC's position at this late hour to have presented it as thoroughly as we can. The ANC Commission has approached this process with respect for the point's contributions to the community and with a commitment to finding a fair and balanced solution, as I've described. Our request is not intended to restrict the business success, but to ensure that it coexists with the residential character of the Buzzard Point and does not set precedents that would be negative for that this quiet residential part of Buzzard Point. The conditions were proposed particularly related to the hours of operation, service, and entertainment, are reasonable, they're consistent with board precedent, and they're necessary to preserve the peace, order, and quiet that the district laws seek to protect. We have little evidence. This is not speculative. In our view, we have little evidence that there are problems because the evidence is that the restaurant has not yet operated at these late hours. And obviously the other establishments saw fit to restrict their operations without concern about restricting their business at all to a shorter period. So this is not a very expansive request. These are conditions that we think are useful, actually necessary, and will not restrict any of the business of the point. So we urge the board to adopt the conditions as part of the license that we've presented, and I hope you will consider that. And I also hope you will, on your own, unfortunately, that we didn't post it, look for the tour and see look at the point virtual tour and see what in fact does potentially penetrate outside of the premises, and that's what we're trying to avoid. You have heard us attest to the use and praise for the restaurant and how it operates. You've heard other people today say that as well, and we are not directing anything that would restrict its business. We're happy it's there. I want to be clear about that, and I do hope you will consider what amounts to a rather modest constraint or reduced operating time that we've suggested. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the afternoon. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kramer. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? I can't hear you, Mr.
Apologies, applicant waives.
Ms. Kramer?
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to do this because I don't have the screen up anymore. Tell me what is it you're requesting?
No, I said, do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts or conclusion of law, meaning that you're gonna wait for the transcript to review the transcript to say these are the facts that came out, and this is what this is the law on that matter.
So what you're saying is we'll wait for your provision of the transcript, and as I understand it, you will not accept any further.
No, it's no new
entry to the record. Okay.
No new evidence. If
Thank
you're going to do that, it would be based on what was done today.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure she understands the choice here.
All right. There's something that's called proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law before close the case. So therefore, what would happen is that you would ask to say that I want to write basically a legal brief after reviewing the transcript to say this is what the facts that we proved today, and this is what the law on the issue is. But I think in this particular case, you can waive it because you're not contesting the renewal of the license. I mean, this is just you're asking the board to put conditions on the license. I don't think at least for the protestants' part in this particular case, it is necessary to provide any additional information to the board from what was provided today in the evidence.
What I understand, what you've said in the findings of fact and so forth are what is routinely provided in the final order. So I'm assuming it's those sections that you would share with us beforehand. I'm sorry, I'm really not If you want to, if you want me to say yes, send us the materials before we get to that point, then I'll say I'll leave that opportunity open for the commission.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm saying is that you're going to write a legal brief to say to us, I have reviewed the transcript. This is a fact that came out in the transcript, and this is what the law on the facts that were presented based on the testimony that we heard today, and this is how the board should rule. So the board would not make a decision until probably the transcript would not be available for another 3 weeks, and then you would review the transcript, and then you would do basically a legal brief to write to the board to say this is how we should rule on the issue. You, however, cannot introduce any new documents or any new facts that did not come out today. And what I'm saying to you in this particular case, I don't believe that is necessary because you're not contesting the issuance of this license. You have agreed for us to renew the license. And so all that the testimony that was elicited today is whether or not the board should impose conditions, if any, on the license.
Okay, I understand that. It seems to me the only question I have is if we say yes, I'd like to go through that process. We can make a decision. We can inform the board that we've chosen not to after this hearing is concluded today. Is that correct? Because otherwise,
Yeah, you can. So you could say, okay, you'll think about it, and then you will let the board know whether or not you will take that matter up.
yes, I think that makes sense to me. I'd rather consult my colleagues.
All right. So basically, where we are right now is that the transcript will be made available to you within 3 weeks. And after it's made available to you within 3 weeks, your response is due to the board 30 days after you receive the transcript, and then the board will issue a decision within 90 days after that. So therefore, we're not going to issue a decision will not be issued until 3 weeks when the transcript is made available to you for 3 weeks, and then if you elect to do the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, that's due 30 days upon receipt of the transcript, and then the board will issue its decision 90 days after that.
Yes, I understand that. That's fine. I'm sorry. I feel very handicapped by not being able to see what I'm somehow. I guess I'm very busy.
And Mr. Chair, just to be clear, I know I expressed that we'd waive, but if the ANC does exercise the right to file proposed findings, that we also can reserve our right to do so as well, right?
But I would like you, though, Ms. Kramer, if you've decided after you have consulted your colleagues, if you decide not to do that, please advise the board as soon as possible that you're not going to do that, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Okay. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number.
Oh God, I just took covered.
1 minute, please. On case number 25 PRO 00026, the point pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 25 PRO 00026, the point for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So what this means, Ms. Kramer, is that the transcripts will become available within the next 3 weeks. They will be sent to you. If you decide not to do the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, please advise the agency as soon as possible that you're not going to go down this route. And but if you decide to do that, then the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, it's due back to the board 30 days after you have received the transcript, and we will issue a decision 90 days after. But keep in mind that you cannot put in any additional information in the proposed finding of fact and conclusion of law. It has to be what was testified today, and it has to track the information that's in the transcript that you will receive. Okay?
Very good. Thank you. Yes, I do understand.
Okay. So as stated before, as the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you for your presentation today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 4th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning the ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 4th, as published in the DC Register on January 30th. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on APCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank all the board members who participated in our hearings today and all the members of the public who participated in our hearings. Since we're now adjourned for the day, I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon.